that time.
Oh, I know it worked. I'm shocked. Okay,
Just beamed right in.
I know. Yeah. Okay, forgive me. I got to sit down for a second. So you're probably going to hear that creak on my bed that everybody hates so much.
You're on your bed. You're going to be doing this from your bed?
Yeah, I'm literally doing. I'm sitting on the end of it. So,
Jed, do you have pants on right now, Jed?
I got shorts on. Well, I've heard Robert. I heard Robert does some of his streams and only a shirt and like boxers. So
stop that.
Jed. Now
you're surprised what goes on under my desk when I stream.
I would like to welcome everybody to the Pulp Culture Archivist. We got the wonderful Robert Meyer Burnett.
Thank you for having me. This is really I think a monumentally important stream that we're doing, honoring one of the greatest men who's ever lived on planet Earth. Indeed. So when you asked me to do it, I'm like, I'm in. Count me in.
Yeah, I was hoping you would say that, and you should have heard me when we were on the thing, and when I got the confirmation, I was like yelling like a little fanboy and everything. So
you could call me Mr. Shatner now.
Yeah, you said William Shatner, two of the greatest, most dulcet tones that anyone can ever utter from their mouths. So. or write to me in a DM.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We also have my brother from another mother, Clobberin, that I've known for a very long time. Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Clobby!
And then go ahead, Mike. You want to say something?
I was just saying I'm fanboy now too because I love free enterprise, Mr. Burnett. And
thank you.
You may be the only person ever who made a movie full of quotes that is more quotable than the quotes. My friends and I quote free enterprise all the time, and I have that second. I have two DVDs. The one that has the special track that explains the quotes, and I'm so sick and sad. At least 98% of them I got without that, but it's still fun to watch it with that track. I love that movie.
Hopefully one day I will be able to get you my definitive version of it on 4K.
Oh yes,
that's my goal for the rest of this year.
that would be awesome. Would
you pre-order it if I put up a special edition to pay for the actual production of the disc? That's what I need to do.
I'd even get a 4K player.
Oh, there you go. No, we'd make it a great collectible version.
I think there would be a lot of people that would do that. Well,
it's kind of a forgotten film. Like, when you meet people, I'm not like, hi, I made this movie 22 years ago that starred William Shatner and Eric McCormack, both Emmy winners. I never say that. And a lot of people don't even know, like, I sometimes I've known people for years and they come up to me and they're like, you made a movie? Because you don't tell, like, how many people tell people what they did 20 years ago? Like, well, back in high school, I won the state championship for and you forget to, because you're always thinking about what you're doing now. And yet it's nice to know that Mark and I made something that tends to resonate with people. And now, I mean, this is such a monumental occasion. Tomorrow, for people who don't know, is William Shatner's 90th birthday. Mm-hmm. Yep. 90. And after we made Free Enterprise, one of the things Mark and I did was we made him a 70th birthday video.
Oh,
and I just can't believe 20 years have gone by and he has a movie coming out.
Yeah.
Senior moment come. I can't believe Krug and Kirk are together again with Gene Smart.
Is he going to kick him off a cliff this time?
It might go the other way. I don't know, but it's just. Can you believe that? I mean,
that's amazing. I saw the trailer.
I can't believe
Shatner at 90 is just still acting is awesome. I gotta say that.
I mean, a life well lived.
Yeah, I know, and he, deserves the respect he gets, even though people on Twitter hate.
You can imagine my delight when my son was born on his birthday. My son's birthday will be 32 tomorrow.
Wow!
I wanted him to have either the 19th, Patrick McGowan, whom I love, or 22nd, and I got Shatner. So
you have great taste in pop culture icons.
Love them both.
Oh, I know. Leonard and Shatner both, because I got to meet them both back when my parents, Robert, I don't know if you remember or not. Do you remember Creation Cons?
Oh yeah.
Back in the day. okay, my parents used to do security for the creation cons, and I got to meet the original cast multiple times over a period
Nice.
of like 10 years or more. So I got to
Nice.
hang out with Shatner and Leonard and everybody from the original cast. And then when Next Generation came around, I got to hang out with some of them too. So,
Yeah.
you know,
And they're all great people. I mean, I've got a funny, since I brought it up, when we were doing that 70th birthday video for Shatner, we wanted to get Leonard to be in it. And like I had never met him face to face. Mark had, because he covers Star Trek and interviewed him. So we go to Leonard Nimoy's house in Bel Air, and we show up there with a camera, and Nimoy's house was beautiful. I mean, it was full of gorgeous art, and his wife Susan is beautiful, and it was a really just a wonderful place. You could see that it really represented who he was as a person. And then one of the things that you could see was he had a giant Zombies of the Stratosphere poster frame amidst all of this art, because he was in that, in that movie. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, he doesn't take himself too seriously. And then he says to us, he goes, he's like, so why are you guys making William Shatner a 70th birthday video? Like, what is your connection to him? And we were like, well, we made this movie with him recently. And Leonard's like, wait a minute. Are you the guys that made that movie about how Bill Shatner was this and Captain Kirk was that, and how he was like the greatest guy in the world? And we're like, yeah. And he goes, I saw that movie. I mean, it was all Shatner, this, Kirk, that. Where was Spock? Where was Spock in your little fantasy? And then he's like, get out of my house. And it was very funny, because at first we're like, and then of course that big smile of his, he's like, come on in here, boys. Let's talk. I mean, he was awesome. He was an amazing guy. So it was great to spend that time with him in honor of Mr. Shatner's 70th. Now I feel like I'm that much closer to death, that he's 90 and 20 years have gone by.
Well, it doesn't make me feel too young either, because I'm 40 something now. So I'm like, I hung out with everybody back when I was a kid, back when, the first movie came out, and then the second movie, and then, all that stuff. So, because I'm second generation Trek, Trekkie. So,
well, if you're gonna hold Shatner up and put him on a pedestal and want to emulate him, you're not even half finished with your life yet.
Oh, I know.
You got 50 more years to go.
I don't know. So I'm just like, one of my, and I got this picture somewhere. I got a picture with Leonard, and I have a picture with Shatner that a friend of mine he passed away from cancer a long time ago too. He took a picture of me when I was a little kid. I have it somewhere. I don't know where it's at. I tried to dig it out last night so I could show it on the stream, but there's a picture of Shatner and Leonard hugging me, and we're all smiling, and they're like pointing at the camera and stuff. That is like one of my most treasured possessions ever. Yeah. And so like excellent. It's just so I wanted to. Here's my thing. I wanted to @ Shatner on Twitter, but I didn't, because I know some days he's like, he gets all those idiots that bother him. So I was like
today they're all over him, bugging him all day today. They started very early in the morning.
They get on his ass almost constantly, and it's just so I didn't want to. I just wanted to show him that we appreciate him. I know you appreciate him. Mike does, and to our youngest member of our crew right here, Ash.
Hello.
He has came into loving all this new stuff, because Robert, I will say this, and then we'll get to Mark C after this, because that's very important. I will say this: he's seeing all this stuff for the first time. I actually got him to buy all the Blu-rays for the Star Trek movies, and he watched them all this last week. So
wow.
Yeah. So Jed was, as we were organizing this stream behind the scenes, Jed was like, "You need to learn more about Shatner. You need to learn more so you don't sound dumb in front of Rob." I went out and bought all the original films and watched like the first one on Monday, 4 through 5 on Tuesday, number 6 today before the stream. and I love them. I'm watching them for the first time. I'm going through the original series episodes for the first time.
Wow.
Watching them with Raquel and Clobby, and that's the sort of the twist that we have on our channel here in the Pop Culture Archivist. Is I'm interested in a lot of the original pop culture from 50s to 2000.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of people, I'm 21, so a lot of people my age aren't really interested in that sort of stuff. And I'm going back and watching it for the first time, giving my first impressions, and everyone else is just reminiscing on great times that they used to watch it growing up, and they used to live with this. And I get to watch it for the first time, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's first impressions."
Well, that said, if I might ask, what do you think of the original series and the films? How does Star Trek as a thing, as a storytelling? I've always thought that Star Trek was in a way its own genre, but what do you make of the original series 55 years on?
I absolutely love it. Like, a lot of the stories are timeless in a sense that a lot of the plot points and of what they were trying to convey of the political time actually pertains to what's happening today.
Yep.
And it's quite fascinating to see that, considering a lot of this stuff was made 40, 50 years ago. I started watching Star Trek backwards. So I started with Next Generation, and then years back I watched the first season of TOS. And I dropped that for some reason, and then went on to all the other stuff. And then when I found out about Raquel and Clobby's Saturday Night Trek streams, I started watching them a few episodes at a time, watching them live, going deep dives, and I'm just loving it. It's great. I love watching the old actors on screen. Nimoy and Shatner are just gems on the screen.
Oh yeah.
Their relationship matures through the show, and that's just pure character building. And Spock's emotions just grow through the show. Like, he's this very closed off individual at the start, and towards the movies right at the end, he's I don't want to say grown soft, but he's gained a tiny bit of emotion, which is made him a bit more expressive and makes him more lovable. And then Shatner's take on Kirk interacting with Spock is just genius. So
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
And also, what's really interesting is people tend to forget that the Star Trek films took these characters into their middle age.
Yeah.
Like within,
Mhm.
and part of that growth was a part of all the movies.
Yeah.
And one of the things the reason I love Star Trek the motion picture so much is when you see these characters come together, none of them are happy.
No, they're not.
Spock has failed the culinary discipline. McCoy is studying for Brini medicine, and Kirk's like been behind a desk for 2.5 years. And people forget when that movie came out, we'd never seen these characters not having a good time. They were not in a good place. And part of what personally, and part of what Star Trek the motion picture to me has always been about, especially it's really apparent in the director's cut, which is all about Spock learning to accept emotion more so than the theatrical version. But you watch this family that has been apart come together and find their place in the universe, which is the three of them together out amongst the stars. And then when you move into Star Trek 2, they kind of replay that beat, but it's still dealing with mortality and growing older. And it was funny for me as a kid, because I loved Star Trek when I was a kid, like started watching it when I was 5. But as I started to get older and I continued to watch Star Trek, the motion picture came out when I was 12. So I was just beginning my teen years, and it was, you're awkward and like, what's going to happen? And then to see these characters that I loved so much to be in a place where they really didn't know what was up. It was really, in a way, kind of therapeutic to begin my teenage years watching Kirk, Spock, and McCoy in a place where they too didn't know what was up really. And then all through my teens and young adulthood, the movies came out and the Next Generation came out. So Star Trek has always sort of grown and evolved throughout my own life. And that's also a component of why I love Star Trek so much, because it lived and it grew as I did. And I think that was something that it happened to a lot of people who were especially kids in the 70s that grew up with Star Trek. And I think that was a real part of it, is that we love Star Trek because it wasn't like this fixed thing that we just watched repeats for. It continued to grow and evolve.
Robert, I got to agree with that, because I'm like Clavi and me. Me and him both said that. Mikhail said that too. I grew up with it too, and you saw them age up, and you saw them age up and everything going into it, and then you saw the love they had, especially in the Wrath of Khan, when Khan came back, and you saw the camaraderie between everybody. Everybody loved one another. Kirk was just trying to do this, and then Spock going and sacrifice himself for everybody, and Kirk's like, no, dude, you're my brother, your family, I love you. And Spock just reaches up and he goes, the needs of the way. Oh, I'm gonna screw this up. I know I was gonna screw this up. Oh my god.
No, you're not.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or I did screw it up, didn't I?
Or the
one. And then they put it up and they put their hands right up there, and then he goes and just and then the third one is he's trying to find his family again, went on with Genesis and everything else that's going on the planet. And that was, I think, and I thought that was a metaphor for, Spock too, because he aged along with the planet too. And it was just, there was so many metaphors and everything else. And then 4 was like, okay, we've gotten through all the growing pains. Let's try to save the Earth, but we're gonna do a little bit more hilarious stuff like we used to in some of the earlier episodes, where they just had straight like tribbles. That's one of my favorites, where that was just a straight up comedy. Mostly, they had some serious stuff in there, but that was, I like 2, 3, and 4. I love motion picture, not so much, because I did fall asleep on it when I was younger. I love it too, but I gotta say, and I will stay this. The outfits in the first movie just hurt my soul. I love it. I love it. I love it when they got to 2, because you got them to oh, sorry, Fat Steven, what's up, brother? I got to say it. I just saw him pop in chat. I'm sorry. It's just I was like, oh my god, they actually got. I love the outfits in the original series, but then I was like, and then it goes from motion picture to like Khan, and like, oh, they got awesome outfits now. Look at that. It's just like, that's awesome.
Although Shatner's Admiral outfit at the beginning of the motion picture is my favorite Star Trek uniform of all time.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that.
And in socio-historical context, if you look back at the movies and the shows that we were watching that involved science fiction, those outfits were very indicative of that time. If you look back and you go and you watch something like Space 1999, you're going to see the same sleek look where the individual gives way to this collective. And so everybody's outfits are quite muted, because of course the accent is on their personality, their ability, their growth, their self-actualization. So for those of us who watched it in the theater the first time around in that socio-historical context, we were looking at those outfits going, wow, that's just, can you believe it? That's just mind-blowing. And of course, that built the culture around the science fiction ideas.
I gotta say, Robert, when in the Wrath of Khan, did you? I'll admit this, and I don't care who knows it. Did you like that? I was just a kid when it came out, but I was a kid reaching maybe teenage years and stuff. But I was like, but I kind of teared. I ain't gonna lie, I teared up when that whole thing. My mom was crying because she was a huge Trekkie. My dad was over there tearing up. That it just.
The first time I ever cried in a movie theater was in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
Yeah,
And-
dude,
and it was-
I'm there with you.
It was the moment. It wasn't the moment when Spock died and Kirk slumps down in the the engine room, that intermix chamber. That was more stunned silence. Like I couldn't believe it. And it was when Kirk stumbles over his words when he's delivering the eulogy. When Kirk says, "Of all the souls I've encountered in my travels, his was most human." I'm like, I lost it.
Yeah.
Dude.
Me too.
I was like, because I couldn't. What was really interesting about the time when that movie came out is there were rumors that Spock was going to die. That had come out, and at the beginning of the film, when they have the simulator scene, and Saavik is in command, and the bridge blows up, and everybody dies, and it comes out. When Spock comes out, and Kirk says, "Aren't you dead?" When they have that conversation after that test, I thought, and I think a lot of people thought like, oh, they were playing us, like this was him. Yeah, he died in the simulator. So I think we forgot when you were watching the movie, you forgot about those rumors and you forgot that he was going to die in the movie. I thought, oh, that's how they played it. People just thought he was.
That's
and then when you
thought.
I was just stunned, and that sequence was just. And they put their hands up on the. I just like, and then I couldn't believe it. Like you're sitting there, and when Kirk, there's this great shot where the camera's pulling out after Kirk is slumped down on the, and Shatner's performance. I mean, I'm thinking about it now. I'm getting verklempt. I'm getting all choked up thinking about it, man. It was rough, and because these were like my best friends.
Yeah.
And I'd seen every episode of Star Trek 100 times. I could tell you the titles of the episodes, and from the first strains of music, I'm like, oh, that's Requiem for Methuselah, or that's the Doomsday Machine, or something, and it was, I couldn't believe it. Like you can't, I mean, to have a fictional character die and to have it hit you like that, it was, I mean, it seems kind of probably silly to people listening to it now.
Yeah.
But at the time, man, I mean, I think I was depressed for a year.
Well, I gotta admit, I cried twice. Like I cried once when he was when they put the hand up and did and then the other part I cried when he said that, because I totally agree with you, and that was the first time I had ever cried in a movie theater, and like
there was a woman who wrote the Starlog magazine that in the letters pages after it happened, and said that every time that came upon the point where Spock was going to die, she walked out of the theater. I'm like, that's a weird way to deal with it.
Well,
but
because a lot of us were hearing the rumors in the media, like TV Guide, and even in your local paper up here in Canada, we were hearing rumors that Leonard Nimoy wanted out, and so we were frightened that this was going to be it. We were really, really scared because for some of us. Star Trek isn't Star Trek without Spock.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we were terrified going into the theater, and that opening scene in the theater at the time, I remember everyone gasped. No one could believe even the opening scene, let alone later when he's killed for real. And so, of course, by that time, I'm blubbering. I'm a young woman, and I'm hopelessly in love with Leonard Nimoy. And so, I was crushed. I was absolutely crushed.
Yep.
But for the people on the other side of the screen and were watching this, we knew what was being said in the papers. We knew that this could be it. So it heightened the experience, the emotional experience for a lot of us who thought, okay, this is his exit. This really sucks. Is this how it's going to end? I'm dying inside. Like I feel dead inside. And so, a very, very moving on many levels, not just what's going on screen, but, the repercussions of what's going on off screen.
Yeah, and when that movie opened, I'm from Seattle, and the city next door, Bellevue, had this giant movie theater that was one of my favorite movie theaters called the John Dan's Theater. It was huge. Mm-hmm. And the day that Star Trek II opened, which was June 4th, 1982, I went, there were 4 showings that day, and I bought tickets for all 4 showings. So I saw the movie, and they had, I saw it 4 times, and by the end of the day, I was just like spent. And I remember going home because I couldn't drive then, and my dad, came and picked me up at the theater, and I was just sullen. My dad's like, he didn't understand. He's like, I thought you've been excited to see this movie for like 2 years. And I couldn't even tell him. I'm just, because I felt kind of embarrassed how depressed I felt, and I couldn't, and I was just, and my dad just didn't understand. He's like, I guess he's a teenager. What do I know?
I went to school the next day and everybody was like, why are you so depressed? I thought, like they said to you, they're like, I thought you got to go see Star Trek. You've been waiting for this movie for about a year or two. And they're like, I can't tell you because it would spoil it, but because I had other people. I bought 2 tickets. I wanted to see it back to back because that's what I did with Star Wars. My parents showed me, but then when Empire came out, I went on my own, and then when Jedi came out, I went on my own. No, Jedi, I went with my grandparents, but the others, like, they let me go to like movies and stuff, and just like back in the 80s, you're like, oh yeah, the kids can go in, and they're like, yeah, but sometimes they wouldn't let the kids in, but I knew the owner of the theater, so he would let me go in whenever I wanted to and stuff. Sometimes I even paid him. He goes, dude, you don't have to pay. He goes, dude, I'm going to pay you because I feel bad if I don't. He's like, you can do some work for me and you can work it off. And I was like, okay.
I was 18 years old and running a comic shop when Wrath of Khan came out. And after we went to see it a couple times a day, the next day, everybody at the comic shop saw, everyone talked about, and everyone was bummed out, even though we loved the movie.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was
when
just,
I got on the school bus,
depressed.
I'm like, what is going on? That's it. I'm done with Star Trek forever. How could they do this to me? I was so mad. And we were huddled in our little nerd group. Some of us nerds, some of us geeks. And we were outraged. We were totally outraged. How could they?
I know. But you know what, though? I mean, it's so thematically perfect for the movie. Everything that was going on and the whole idea of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, all that stuff, it worked so well. And the movie was such a great movie. And just you saw things, it was very adult. And even though, yes, you had Khan and you have this great brinksmanship in the Mutara Nebula and all that, you still have a story that really was relevant to, Star Trek stories always have like this external, a classic series had some external threat or something going on. Whereas this entire story, while there was that, it really was an internal story, and it was Kirk and Spock was more serene because of what happened in the motion picture. And Kirk was getting older and dealing with that. And then finding out he knew he had a son, but being confronted with this son and this woman he presumably loved, and then his past coming back to haunt him because he didn't take responsibility. Like Admiral Kirk never bothered to check on our progress, and all of that. And it just thematically was I don't think it was a story they would have told ever on television, and it really belonged on the big screen. And I think that's why it resonates so much. And another thing that people forget, when that movie came out, it was one of the Paramount Home videotapes were very expensive back then.
Oh yeah.
And you couldn't buy them. And then Paramount Home Video, Paramount Home Video had the idea to make videotapes available at a sale price. So they had 2 movies that were $39.95. And one was Officer and a Gentleman, and the other was Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. So it was the kind of movie that a lot of people bought. Especially if you were a Star Trek fan, you bought it, and people watched it over and over. Like I know I did, and fans did, and it was something where it was one of the first movies where you could go to any convention or meet any Star Trek fan, and everybody could pretty much recite the entire movie from front to back. And it was always fun to meet somebody, and you would always know because people would quote, Khan, I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. And, people knew that. All you had to do was say that, and people, it was like Roy Batty's speech from the end of Blade Runner. It was, and by the way, those movies came out in the same month. Star Trek II and Blade Runner came out in the same month.
Yes. Then we got Tron. So yeah, I love that. It's
Tron and Road Warrior and Poltergeist and
what a summer.
Thing. It was the best summer ever.
Yeah,
but it was so
that
funny.
was an amazing summer.
Amazing summer.
It
but both Blade Runner and Star Trek 2 really are about the same thing. They're about mortality and wanting, life is precious. And even for people that replicants who may not have a soul, but we all know they do, even though they have a 4-year lifespan, they could wax rhapsodic about the end of their lives as well. So you have these two films that were dealing with kind of the same thing. How we deal with death, how we deal with life how we deal with death is at least as important as how we deal with life.
And it really gets back to Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It really gets back to the very first work of science fiction, this idea of how technology will move us forward, and that we will have to grapple with that idea of mortality and even having a godlike power over that mortality. So it's really terrific that we're always questioning, we're always looking back on ourselves, and these films help us to work through that material and that inner dialogue about what's going to happen and what all this technology means.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why Star Trek endures.
Yeah, it does. I
want to watch these movies in the cinema because they're all out on DVD now, and very rarely you'll find all these old Trek films at the cinema. And it'd be great to just experience that with other true fans. Just the atmosphere of the fans in the room and all watching Trek together, and it would have been great.
Oh, sorry, Robert, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I got to see. I don't know if anybody knows or lived in Arizona. There was this huge theater that in Arizona called the Cine Capri. It was in Phoenix here. And that's where I actually saw Star Wars, I saw Empire, I saw Jedi, all the Raiders of the Lost Ark movies, all the Star Trek movies, every single big movie that ever happened until they tore it down and they moved it across the valley because the building was just so old, it was just falling apart, and it had the biggest screen here in Phoenix. So that's where I saw everything at. It was just, and it had the drapes. Robert, I don't remember if you remember this. Back when they had the drapes and the drapes would open up in front of the movie theater. It was one of those. It was our last theater that had those. And it was, I was the last movie to ever show at the Cine Capri was the Titanic. And get this, it ended at the time that the Titanic went down. The movie ended the minute the Titanic went down, literally. So the theater owner timed it like that because he goes, I think that's a fitting, tribute to and I was like, but Dan Harkins is a good guy. I've known him off and on throughout the years. Like, he's awesome. He's always been nice to me. He's let me do stuff in his theaters and stuff when I was a teenager and other stuff. So yeah, it's just that scope of what they said. Garbage even said this. He goes, I saw Star Trek The Voyage Home when I was 10 in 86. And he goes, I wish I would have seen what you guys went through, because he missed it because he was 10. Unlike me, Robert, like me, you, and Clobberin that actually got to, see all this stuff in the theater when it first came out,
Well, my girlfriend Elizabeth and I, back in 2019, we went and saw Star Trek The Motion Picture. They had a Fathom event in the theaters, and because it was the 40th anniversary of the film. Yeah. And, what people forget, too, about Star Trek The Motion Picture was there was never going to be, all through the 70s, as again, watching Star Trek every night, there was rumors that they were going to do, Philip Kaufman was going to make his Planet of the Titans movie that got scrapped. Then there was going to be the Star Trek Phase 2 television series, which didn't get made. And then finally, because of the success of Star Wars, they decided to finally make Star Trek The Motion Picture. And what was so crazy about it was, even as a kid, I'm like, there's never going to be any more Star Trek. And to go, I was a kid, I'd memorized the blueprints. I built 100 models of the Enterprise. I mean, Star Trek was, I was so drenched in it. To go see Star Trek The Motion Picture on the big screen was so, more than any other movie I think I've ever seen in my life. it was one of those things where I couldn't believe what I was watching because I'd known, and to see Star Trek that you didn't know what was going to happen. Like, it was so, it was so mind blowing. And like, I loved the Starship Enterprise is like my favorite thing in the world. But to see people always complain, wow, they fly around the Enterprise for 5 minutes.
That scene.
I'm like,
I loved it.
It could have been 20 minutes long. And because they made, unlike the designs of starships today, the design of the Enterprise, the refit Enterprise, is the single, in my mind, most beautiful fictional space that's ever existed. Because they took the original Enterprise and made everything about it was just better. They've never been able to duplicate. Like, you look at the Enterprise on Discovery, the primary hull, the saucer section, is too thin. The design, the nacelles are too. It's not right. You know,
it doesn't look good at all.
No, they don't. They can't. For whatever reason, the people that produce Star Trek, especially in the J.J. Abrams since Star Trek 09, the designs are wrong. You know, they're not, like, if you look at the designs of the original, the D7 Klingon battle cruiser, the Romulan bird of prey or warbird from the original series, these designs were so iconic. And then when they did the motion picture Enterprise, not only did they bring like Mike Miner and Andy Probert to redesign the Enterprise, everything worked. They knew the internal space of the ship. And one of the things I loved about the movie, the motion picture, is that you understand the relationship between the impulse engines and the warp drive. Like, they actually showed us all of this for the first time, and they you completely understood the internal configuration of the ship. Unlike in Star Trek Discovery, where you watch a turbo lift, which is a giant roller coaster, which is inside all of this empty space, and you watch this and you're like, have you ever been in a ship before? There's no empty space that the turbo lifts are flying. I mean, it's so
real estate is at a premium.
No, and when I watch this, it's funny because when I watch this, I realize, well, if they don't understand their own fictional starship, how are they going to understand how to tell a story? Like, if they don't even understand, if they can't make me believe in their starship, I'm certainly not going to believe in any of the stories they're telling me. And I think that's one of the problems with modern Trek is I don't believe any of it. You know, they character motivations aren't there. Everything is like borrowed from something else. It's a mishmash. And and that's a bag on modern Star Trek, but I like to because it's fun for me. But it's also a depressing. It's a depressing state of our culture. And I look at Star Trek as kind of a litmus test to me. Where are we at? Whereas Next Generation, there was a counselor on the bridge, which made sense. People were much more aware of mental health. And if you were on long star voyages, it made sense to have a counselor. That was a really interesting addition to the crew. And that was very much a product of the 80s. And when I watch Star Trek Discovery, I'm like, what is this supposed to be? Like, how is this relating back to our time? And it's such a mishmash. Like in their quest to be inclusive, you have characters like Tilly, and I'm like, Star Trek used to be about the best of the best. You had to be the best people or aliens. Whoever was on a starship was the top 0.1 percentile of people available, because you had to be on the edge of the final frontier. You know, you don't have a bunch of people that are kind of good at their jobs. And I look at modern Star Trek as even Spock, the way Spock was portrayed in Star Trek 09 on, he was angry and he wasn't in control. And I'm like, who put this guy on the bridge? How has Spock worked his way up? And why?
But the thing is that they think that Spock is a suit. Spock isn't a suit. Spock is a soul. And so there's Leonard Nimoy, and then there's nothing else after that. That's the end, or Finn, as we say here in Canada. Finn.
From the French.
The French Canadian, Robert.
Yes.
But
it's interesting, though, that, and of course, Shatner is one of the great Canadians who ever lived. You know,
he is. Order of Canada. We love him.
It's just such a strange. I mean, I think that's my frustration is growing up with Star Trek. The Star Trek is Leonard Nimoy, William Shatner, and DeForest Kelly. It is. That is the soul of it.
Yeah, and the Holy Trinity.
Yes,
and
sir,
the
for
way
sure.
they played off each other, and they were not complete. I mean, you had Spock was obviously logic and reason, McCoy was emotion, and Kirk was the man who needed both of them to inform his decisions. And it was such a it was such a great dynamic, and that to me was always at the heart of what Star Trek was, and it's never been duplicated. As much as I like Next Generation or whatever, Deep Space Nine, still Star Trek was and always shall be the original series. That's what Star Trek is.
Well said. Preach. Preach.
Oh, I love it.
What did you think of the Abrams Trek films? Because I ask because that was for me the first time I saw Kirk at all. That was when I was.
You didn't really see him though.
That wasn't Kirk.
That wasn't Kirk.
That was young frat boy.
No, I was watching them with my parents, and my parents were just nerding out because they were huge Trekkies back in the day, and they were nerding out. I was like, oh, he's a bit like this and he's a bit like that. And I was like, oh, okay. So another character came on. I was like, oh, so is this character like the original one? Is this character like that original one? So that's why I quite like the Abrams films, because they're the first time I got to see Trek and Kirk and his band of merry men and women. And then later on, I went back to the good stuff in TOS.
Well, it's good to hear you say that.
I
still love you, Ash. You know that.
Wait. We gotta say something that Captain Cockney said. Lens flare.
I think lens flare. As much as I'm not a proponent of the Abrams films, I think you just defined something, Ash, that is important in that was your first experience with Star Trek. And I think that one of the things, as much as I'm not a fan of the last 12 years of Star Trek, it is for you, especially, you were part of a new generation, and that's how you discovered Star Trek. So I think one of the important things that us OG fans forget is that whether it's the Abrams films, whether it's Discovery or Picard or Strange New Worlds, whatever that is, or Lower Decks or Prodigy, this is how people are going to first discover Star Trek. It's going to be their first experience. And I think that's a great thing. I think that if it instills an interest in the franchise, and you especially go back and watch the original series, then it's sort of done its job, because I still think that these shows stand on their own. They speak for themselves. I don't need to convince somebody to go back. I would say to anybody today, go back and watch Balance of Terror, or go back and watch Errand of Mercy, or the Doomsday Machine, or the Corbomite Maneuver. They work as well. Like, if you watch the Corbomite Maneuver, people might, laugh at the Baylock puppet, but that episode to me is it's a complete distillation of what Star Trek is in 52 minutes. And everything you need to know about Star Trek is in that episode. Yeah. And if you can, look, I love the effects in Star Trek. Everyone says, oh, the everything looked like it cost 2 cents. Star Trek was an incredibly expensive show when it was made, and it had state-of-the-art visual effects. The blue screen compositing, the optical, some of the planet shots, like when they go to the Janus 6, the which is in Devil in the Dark. You've got it looks like Jupiter, the Star Trek planet that has lots of clouds. That was a beautiful rendition of a planet. And even in the original, when you watch the Enterprise, sometimes when the Enterprise would orbit like a pink planet, like in Requiem for Methuselah, it looked a little, it was pink. But when you watched a lot of the planets weren't, and they were very convincing visual effects. And when people go, well, the special effects, I mean, when they beam down to the planet, clearly you're on a set, unless they went on location, like in Arena or Shore Leave or something like that.
And
boy, am I nerding out. I'm nerding out.
Wait, Rob, the famous rock that they show in all the episodes too. I actually got to go to that rock too.
Vasquez Rocks.
Yeah, I got to go on the rocks. I took pictures up there in my Kirk captain jersey and stuff. I was like,
I just want to bring it back to Wrath of Khan for a bit, and say, watching the famous scene between Kirk and Spock in the original, after watching the scene in the Abrams films, the original with Shatner and Nimoy is so much better done than the Abrams films. There's so much more depth, character, and heart to the way the dialogue is and the way it was acted by the actors. I've got nothing against Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto. I personally like them as actors, but for that scene and the heart of the characters, Shatner and Nimoy did a far better job. And
I knew I
that
liked this
scene,
kid.
Yeah, me
Goddamn
too.
right.
Yeah.
Why I like him? He's a great kid.
Ash is a good dude, Robert. And that, he's
When I saw
okay.
your avatar picture, I'm like, I already like you, but hearing it, you've endeared yourself to me forever.
You can't have these hours, man.
Yeah. Actually, I share custody with Clobbering, and me and Clobbering share custody with him. So
The global geek gang.
is everyone going to have a bidding war for me now?
And no, Ash is our Ryan of the group from over at Friday Night Tight. So we share, me and Clobbering share custody with Ash. So
Nice.
he's our adopted son.
We love it.
Ash, I noticed you have an accent. Are you in the States?
No, I'm British. I'm from
that-
England.
That's
Yeah.
fantastic. I love that.
He's part of our global
we-
geek gang we do on Thursdays in the middle of the day, so we can talk to everyone around the world. And that's how we got started with him. And he is a great chap.
See, the thing about the Brits appreciate pop culture, I think, more than any. They take it more seriously than any other country, whether it's pop music, whether it's you guys like. And I noticed, like, the whole, when it comes to like pop music, the entire country gets involved, all ages.
Oh yeah,
you know?
absolutely, yeah.
And like if you look at a movie like Love Actually, which has like, which song's going to be the #1 Christmas song? Like in America, we don't have anything like that, but in the UK, like you just said, pop music is all generations. Everybody's involved, and I think that I've always found that, not to be, I'm not trying to be an Anglophile here, but people that I've met from Britain, I tend to have better conversations with about these things.
Yeah.
And of course, RM Canada is a Commonwealth country, so you're British kind of by association.
We are.
Yeah.
That's good.
Mike, I wanted to give do this. I wanted to pay respect to Mark C and stuff, and then afterwards, Robert, I wanted to ask you what were some of your favorite questions, but I'd like do the Mark C thing while you're here because I think that's really important.
Mark C was somebody that I've only had my own YouTube channel since I started it really in December of 2018. And Mark C was somebody that I met early on. He came to my channel and would be in my streams. And he was a guy that we never met in real life, but clearly he was a very thoughtful, intelligent guy. And we sometimes had different views politically, but he was always intelligent, respectful, thoughtful. And he used to write great letters into the channel. And I ended up jokingly, he self-identified. He said, well, Rob, I'm a toxic fan. And I was like, I would joke because clearly he wasn't, but I understand why we would say that. So I just said, I said, Mark, you know what? Because I have like the official sommelier of my channel and the official cheesemonger and the official couple. I'm like, Mark, you're my official toxic fan because he was the exact opposite of that. And I just loved his participation. And he was to me, he was the very best kind of fan. He represented fandom at its best. Somebody that he was a father, he was a thoughtful man, and yet he still understood so much about science fiction, fantasy, and horror. I call my audience imagination connoisseurs. He was an imagination connoisseur par excellence. He was. And I loved everything about him. And I have to say, I did not know at first. I did not see the announcement he made that he was sick. And he kind of drifted away from the channel, and he came back and he was being apologetic to me. And I had heard, as Heel versus Babyface had told me what was going on, and I didn't realize, I thought he would beat it. I didn't know, and I heard from his sister that they thought he was going to have surgery, and it was going to be he was going to pull through, and it was really crushing. I mean, I really felt his loss. He was the first person my first audience member since I've done my channel on almost a daily basis that I lost.
Wow.
And I think about him all the time.
Yeah.
He was, like I say, as you all know, because I've been paying tribute to him since he's gone. And my Monday night comic shows now are always going to be Monday Night Mark C, because he loves comics. We've done so many shows together. We had so many shows planned. Robert, Mark C, and I met. We bumped into each other maybe about 15 years ago or something like that at the local comic shop, and he proceeded to tell me after we talked for a while that he bought comics from me when he was a kid at my shop in the 80s that I owned.
Wow.
And it's happened to me a bunch of times. He was like in his teens, and I can't tell you how many times I've bumped into someone, whether in a 3-piece suit or whatever, something like that. And we'll start to talking, and they'll tell me about the comic shop they bought and all this comics from, and I'll go, that was me. And he did that to me, and he never let me forget it. And we used to bump into each other all the time. We would argue. We had a running feud about the John Byrne 1986 Superman reboot. I hated it. He loved it. I was a little bit older than him, and we every time we bump into each other, hey man, what's had me on your show when I was on the old format on BTR, Blog Talk Radio. I said, sure, dude. He said, come on, we'll argue about it. And then when I would bump to him, every time I bump into him, oh, are you chicken, man? When you going to have me on? I said, dude, anytime. He was a very busy man.
Come on, you didn't like the issue where Lex Luthor had the computer and he feeds in all this information. The computer says that Superman's Clark Kent, and Luthor's like, there's no way Superman's Clark Kent. Nobody with that much power would be this reporter. That's ridiculous and completely. I love that issue. I thought that was great.
I hated corporate Luthor. I was used to mad scientist with the swinging revolving door on his jail cell Luthor.
Right.
As a kid, I grew up with Golden, Silver, and Bronze Age. Man, I'm old with that stuff.
Hey, Superman's Canadian. You guys keep going back to Canada. You guys really like a lot of stuff from Canada.
Hey, they did shoot Superman the movie in Alberta.
Yeah, there you go. Right. Well,
that's where I am right now.
Wow. We finally started doing shows together when I moved over here back in April. After 11 years and 700 episodes on a dumb format, I finally moved to YouTube. He was one of the ones trying to get me to do it. So was my son. And we only did about 12 shows, but they were real long, epic streams. And he loves comics, as you probably know, so much that we did most of them about comic books. And we had so many planned review shows. We would review classic stories like The Coming of Galactus or Justice by Alex Ross and Jim Kruger. Our next big plan was to do Simonton's Thor run together, reviewing it because he loved that. We've done our favorite comic book artist.
Great.
It's great. Oh, it's great. And we both, he's an artist. We both love comic book art. We're complete geeks about the minutia of comic book history and the artists and all that stuff. We just love that stuff. And we had so many planned. And he was just, and you could better believe if I got something wrong anytime, even if he was just in the stream and on the show, he would bust my ass. And he would love to call me out. He loved to get me, man. He goes, hey, man, you got this wrong. It's like, oh, dude, I'm old and senile, man. I need an excuse. He goes, no, you just screwed it up. And he would love to just get me and stuff. And he was a good friend. When I got the coof a while back, he, I said, right away calls me and says, dude, I'm 15 minutes away. You need anything? And he was a great friend. I still can't believe this. It's 2 weeks now. I'm never going to get used to it. I said, man, we had all these shows we needed to do, buddy. But,
hey, Robert, do you have that picture that he drew? I want to put that up on the screen. So
I do. I guess I could send it to you.
Okay. Well, I was good. Does anybody can you put it up and you can screen share it so I can put it up on the stream?
I have to dig for it. Oh, okay.
Oh, do you guys? Because one of you send it to me?
I sent it to you, but I'm through my phone probably or something like that. I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm looking for it now. I don't have it readily available because I've got. I don't know where I put the picture. Hang on, I'm looking.
Okay.
I found it.
Oh, cool.
Here it is.
Yeah, he wanted to do comics.
Share it, and I'll put it up on the screen.
I'm looking. How can I share it in the software? Can I put it in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
If you put it through a Twitter DM, we could probably go onto it.
Oh yeah, I can do that. That I can do.
Why don't I?
I'll do that right now.
Oh yeah, and I have a question for you, Rob, because we got this. Mr. Brown did say, "Hey, would you like to come on his channel sometime?"
Man, poor Rob. He gets everybody grabbed. Get on my channel.
I will go on. I will go on. Anyone's channel if I have the time. You got it. But people ask me like in advance. There, I've shared the I've shared the photo. By the way,
I don't see it up on the thing yet.
On Jed
StreamYard.
said Toad. Oh, I put it on Twitter.
No, okay.
I sent you on Twitter where you sent me the link for the stream.
Okay, brother.
By the way, I did turn it because the paper was like yellow, so I did make it more black and white.
Yeah, I can't share because I'm doing all this from a phone.
I'll see if
I can't share.
If you could send it to if you could send it to Ash, maybe he could do it.
Ash, can you put it up?
Are you on Twitter?
I can have a look.
Yes, he's there, or either one of us. But he's a great artist. He was working on a comic. I don't know if you knew that, Robert.
Yeah, I did. No, he told me all about it. Yeah.
And he was really good. He knew his stuff, man.
Yeah, PD, I can't share stuff. I already tried that. We tried for like
Robert, do you have a bar in front of you at the bottom of your screen that says mute, start cam mic? Do you see that little thing that has
there we go.
But Robert, before you do that, you're going to share your screen. So please make sure there's nothing confidential on your desktop.
Man, do I really have to close Pornhub?
Yeah.
No, I'm not concerned about that.
Robert, I thought you would be an X videos man, Robert.
If you saw, my entire screen is full of it's such a I have such a messy desktop.
That's
so
okay.
He
has Rule 34 Star Trek.
Oh yeah.
Bad enough he's torturing us with all those cool figures and books that we want, man. They're like Rocketeer back there and Vampirella.
Oh yeah. That Vampirella is new too. I love that. Here, let's see.
Thank you.
It will show up in the window, and I'll be able to put it.
Can you see it?
Not yet. You got to share it.
The Chrome has lost permission to capture my screen. Well, that's rude.
You got to give it permission. Yeah, I had to do that when I started out.
Up in your taskbar, up in your where you see your URL, you're going to see a little lock, and then you're going to see a pulsating red camera. If you left click on that one time, or perhaps right click, depending upon how you have your mouse provisioned, it should populate a little pull down menu, and it will say to give it permission. Just go ahead and do that. Redo it.
It's not giving me. I'm on the thing, and it's not because you know what it is. I'm on a Mac. There's and it's saying that I need to give my operating system permission.
Macs don't like that either. Macs don't like that.
Let me see if I can do that. I'll go into permissions and security, and I've got a lot of. Actually, I might be able to do this. Let me see here.
Hey, PD, you can put a plug in for his channel. That's cool, brother. Okay. For Brown.
Yeah, it's not. I've got it now. It's telling me that there's a whole series of things I have to go through.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, don't worry about it, Robert. It's okay.
Nah, you're good. We're paying for it.
Can't I put something in the chat? Like, can't I drop this? I guess I can't.
In the private chat?
Yeah.
If you put it on your Twitter, and then shared the URL. Has somebody wrenched Robert? Please wrench Robert right now.
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll just put it on my Twitter feed right this second.
Yeah,
excellent.
Let's just say you're on the show right now, and everybody wanted to see it. So
Yeah.
Anyway, that's oh my goodness. I was trying to find it as well. I can't find it, man.
Hang on. There we go. And I'll just drop this right on my live. If you go to my live Twitter feed, Burnett RM, I'll drop Mark Duray's picture of me. So right on the stream live. Let's gotta find where it is.
There you go, Brown brother. You got a shout out for you.
As I'm looking, where did
I'm searching for as well. I know I had it somewhere. I know when I sent it to you, I probably did it on my phone. So
yeah, it's
bad.
It's funny because I have this on multiple places, and here, I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, I know why, because I have to. Sorry, it's in my cloud. I have to download these things. Yeah, hold please, as I'm.
Isn't that picture based on the one that you had had on your prisoner stream?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says US #2.
Yes, that's right. I love that picture. That
I love it.
Az had that done too. That was pretty nutty.
Speaking of hot toys, do you have the #6 hot toy that they're?
No, that I've seen that somebody is there are people that it is a custom toy, and it's like $600.
Oh.
I mean, I was looking at that going, man,
yeah, I love it.
Robert, I heard a rumor.
Oh my God,
this is true, that they're gonna put out a Shatner hot toy in his like old school.
There's a new company. It's a new company that is putting out. They're only making 6-scale Star Trek figures, and that is the first one they're releasing is Data from First Contact.
Okay.
So that's coming out next in May, I think. Oh, and I hope they do the original series. The problem is, you want to get all of those. You want to get the new figures, but unfortunately, they'll do Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, and then you want Scotty, Sulu, Chekhov, and Uhura, and they don't do them, and it's really frustrating.
Oh, and then so by the way, UK, and then to get it in the UK, it'll be like $100 to $200 shipping alone.
Yeah, right.
It's the same in Canada, Ash. It's something that $20 in the States is easily over $100 by the time you get it over.
That was the case with the the Huntress Prime 1 statue that Az has behind him in his streams. I got past the wait list to buy that. And it was like $1,100, but shipping was $300, so it was working out to be $1,500 or something like that, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Isn't the Huntress one the Az said it broke like twice?
It's the one that's behind him in all of his streams.
Yeah, I think he said it broke once when it shipped, or he had.
By the way, I did put up the picture on Twitter.
Oh, I got it. Right, you're right here.
It's funny that you guys should bring that up, because that's actually how I met Mark Steven Chure. That's he reached out to me and became my friend, because he wanted to send me the Star Trek Burn a book. It's a hardcover book. And of course, I'm going to admit now I'm a nerd. I'm not a geek.
The IDW Burn ones.
So he wanted me to have that, because, of course, bringing it into Canada costs around $200. And he actually went out shopping one day and bought it for me. And he passed away before he sent it to me. But that's how we connected on Twitter, and that's how we became friends. So he's. Very, very sweet and thoughtful.
How I met him was I was in Mike's stream, and he liked Superman, and I started chatting about Superman, and I know he loves Byrne. I like Byrne too. He's one of my favorites. One of them, not the top. I like some more of the retro stuff that, like, the older stuff like Mike does. But I don't have a problem with Byrne as much as Mike does. I
like some of his stuff, dude.
I know.
I don't like his reading.
But Mark C was giving Mike a hard time, and I was like, "Hey, Superman! Superman Byrne stuff is awesome. I love it." He's like, "Dude," he's like, "Dude, I got another Superman brother over here." He's like, "What's your name, brother?" I was like, "Yeah, man." I was like, "I love that stuff."
I have to say, one of the most shocking things that ever happened in a comic book that I read was the death of Vindicate Guardian in Alpha Flight 12.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't. I literally. I loved Alpha Flight. I loved the first 12 issues. Actually, I loved even the way he brought that character back in issue 24. It blew my mind. But I when I got to that, I couldn't believe it. Like, I'd never had a comic book character's death like affect me, because it was one of those things where like he's gone, he's not coming back. Although the way Burnett brought him back was the most awesome thing ever.
I remember that. Yeah, Marvell's death got me like that. So I know.
Oh yeah, that's true too. But I didn't. You know what? That was something that had already happened before I started reading comic books regularly.
Oh.
So the death of Captain Marvel I caught up with later.
That's an effective. Ooh, that's a great. The first real Marvel graphic novel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still have like 2-3 copies of that. Like, I got one as a present when it first came out, and then I found another one for like $1 at this. They were selling it for $1. I was like, "Are you guys nuts? Do you know what this is?"
Well, the original print run, the 20-some-odd thousand of them burned up in a fire, and it took us a while to get that first one. But then they started reprinting it over and over again.
But so yeah, here's the picture that Mark C put up. He did for Rob right here. It's on our screen right now. If everybody can
I also
see
put it up. I just put a much higher resolution. That's my Twitter profile photo or Abby photo. But I did put the I did tweet out the original drawing.
Okay, it must have been very flattering to receive something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it, and it was I wanted to, like, at the beginning of my own show, people have sent me drawings and I've incorporated them. Like, people make nicknames for me and stuff. So and somebody hung the title Evangelist of the Imagination, which I love. And so I've decided to use, like, there's no graphic, there's no the words Evangelist of the Imagination is not on this picture, but when I say that I'm that, I put this picture up because it's sort of priest-like.
Yeah.
I'm an evangelist of the imagination. That's sort of if I die, well, when I die, that can go on my tombstone. Yeah, Robert Meyer Burnett, here lies an imagination connoisseur who was an evangelist of the imagination.
Yeah, the drawing is very evocative, and
it's so good. It's just he really nailed it.
Number 2.
Yeah, I know, right? Who is number 1?
Number 6.
Robert, I wanted to ask you, because I know you got to leave soon.
Yeah.
I'm
having too much fun. I know. Today I've got all these. I got to do our Let's Get Physical media stream with Dieter Bastian from Saarbrücken, Deutschland.
Oh, that's good, man.
We'll definitely have to get you back on stream.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll come back whenever.
Okay, dude, we'll have some stuff for you then. Like, seriously,
the Global Geek Gang one day if you got time.
Yeah, and we want you on the Global Geek Gang too. That'd be awesome.
I would love it. I mean, this is a great. I love this erudite stream we're having. I think it's you're my kind of people. So whenever you want me to come, I'll come back.
Before you go, would you mind just sharing with the folks at home what your latest project is, or something you want people to pivot to? What's piquing your interest these days, and what have you got your eye on, and what should draw our attention, and what are you working on?
Well, I'll tell you, thank you for asking. This Friday, I worked on a Netflix series, an adult anime series called Dota Dragon's Blood. Now, Dota is it's a melee game that came out of Warcraft 3. It's a kind of an interesting story, but it's a fantasy world, and this series, it's an 8-episode, the first season, hopefully there'll be more. It's an 8-episode animated series that's done by Studio Mir and produced by Valve and Netflix and Studio Mir. And that drops, I was the animatic editor on that, and that drops on Friday. And I'm really excited because I've been working on it for 2 years, and it was created by my buddy Ashley Edward Miller, who co-wrote X-Men First Class and Thor. And I co-produced a movie called Agent Cody Banks that he wrote. That was his first. Oh, well, yes, I was a producer on that movie. I'll never watch the second one.
I watched them both, and I watched them when I was really young. Sorry to derail your great talk there, but I love those films. I used to watch them all the time when I was younger.
I love hearing. You know what's really interesting? One of my fellow producers on that movie was Madonna. Believe it or not.
Oh my God.
I love that. And I'm the only producer. This is kind of hilarious. I'm the only producer, even though I was the co-producer of the movie, but all the producers have to share a card. Like there's 3 names. Well, in Hollywood, this is so stupid, but what you want is what's called a single card credit, which means only your name is on the screen. So all of the producers, and I was just the co-producer, but there's many producers and many executive producers, but there's only one co-producer, and the titles are at the end of the movie, and it cracks me up. While everybody was negotiating for their position on screen, I'm like, I'll hang back. I'll just take the single card co-producer credit. How's that? So when the titles are at the end of the movie, and my name, because is the reason I use my middle name. I'm not like some douchey egomaniac. There was another Rob Burnett. And so when I first got my first credit, they're like, do you want to use just a middle initial or something? Or can you change your name from Robert Burnett to something else to delineate yourself? Because there's already, and I said, well, I'll just use my middle name, Robert Meyer Burnett. And they're like, oh, great. And so, people are like, what do you think, you're Francis Ford Coppola? And I'm like, no. But it was something I had to do when I was a PA on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 as a production assistant. So it stuck. So my professional, because no one calls me Robert Meyer Burnett. All the people, I'm just Rob, Yeah. But when I saw that on the screen at the end of the movie, the main titles come on, and my name is just emblazoned across in this silver chrome lettering, and I'm like, oh, this is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me, man. So it's pretty funny. It's that Agent Cody Banks, but Ashley created it, and he was like a producer on Fringe. He worked on Black Sails, and he'd never worked in animation before. And he brought in other people like my good friend Steve Melching, who's written on every animated series in the world, and it's a really cool show, and I'm really proud of it. And I think while I just contributed in a small way, I think it's a really great series. And if you like high fantasy and it's really, really cool. It's really cool.
I know
Thank you so much for sharing that. And before you go, for sure, on the odd chance, because he is very plugged into things like this, what is your birthday message to William Shatner?
Well, my birthday message to Mr. Shatner would be Bill, because we call him Bill. I would say the thing that I'm most proud of in my life was the work that we did together on Free Enterprise, and working with you. You taught me so much about filmmaking and about actors, and to finally meet one of your heroes, somebody who I grew up with admiring and still admire. I could not have had a better experience, and it truly taught me that dreams can come true, and that the people that you admire, people say, don't ever meet your heroes. Nothing could be further from the truth. You were a hero to me before I met you. You were a hero to me while we worked together, and you're even more of a hero to me now, seeing the way that you have led your life. Truly, sir, you have had a life well lived, and you are a shining beacon to any human being on this planet. So thank you. Happy birthday.
Yeah, he is.
Well said, sir.
That's
well said.
such a beautiful message. I just want to say that it was a pleasure meeting with you today. It's just really great. And thank you for your time.
Oh, well, I thank you. I mean, this was a delight. I'm sorry I have to leave. I'd stick around, but we do our Sunday, I pushed our Sunday show so I could do this. I'm sorry we didn't go longer.
Yeah, I appreciate this. Super
Robert, once again, just thanking you so much for what you did for our bud Mark C. And I think you might be amused to know that his wonderful sisters requested everyone to instead of dressing up, to wear geek shirts to the funeral, and we all wore and Star Wars shirts and geek shirts.
Wow.
It's like me, Mark owns nothing but geek shirts like I did. So we all wore comic shirts, and everybody did, and Star Wars stuff. I thought you might get a kick out of that, because
I love it.
I've never been the cooler. Well, it's a funeral, there's nothing cool about it, but you know what I mean. It was.
I was gonna say, is there pictures? But then you're like, probably not.
We also
everybody pose.
We also brought figures, though. I brought him a little Spock figure. Everyone brought different stuff, and left it up there with him, and So
he would have loved that. He would have loved that. Yeah,
sisters do that. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm sorry I have to go, but let's do this again.
Oh, we will.
Absolutely.
I will hit you up on Twitter. You did add me, right, on there?
Yeah. Didn't I?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm making sure because sometimes I don't remember. I have so many people on there. So
Oh yeah. No.
Oh
Absolutely.
my.
yeah.
Thank you so much for your wonderful insight and your contributions today, Robert. And I enjoyed your company immensely. And thank you for your time. And I hope we'll see you again and have a great rest of your day.
Oh, absolutely. You too. And anytime, you guys and
Thank you,
girls.
Okay.
sir.
I'll be
Thank
back.
you very much. Yeah, you will.
There's so much more Trek to discuss.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
there
Absolutely.
is. Oh, and I
And
want
other
to
stuff.
just in comics and other stuff
Yeah.
too. So
Oh.
you know.
I
And
mean,
Dota and games.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, but watch Dota Dragon's Blood. I think you'll all like it.
Yeah.
I will,
Yes.
absolutely.
And you can binge the whole thing Friday. It's only like each episode's only 22 minutes. So
Nice.
Okay.
I'll see you all
Wonderful.
later. Actually, live
Live
long
LLAP,
and
baby.
prosper.
Mwah, mwah.
See you later.
R&B, everyone.
Thank you, Robert.
That was fantastic, man. Good way to go. Jed is a great fella. We'll appreciate getting to talk to him, man.
Okay, no problem. That was awesome. Hey, PD, do you want to come on and talk about, Shatner? I told him
man.
if you want. Yeah, dude. I said PD if PD wants to come on.
I got a family thing to go do in a little bit, bud. So like I said, if you'll make room.
Oh, how much longer do you got? How much longer do you got?
Yeah, I have to step out as well. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's no problem.
Sunday, but
oh, wait, no.
I
know. I put that together. So
you did fantastic, dude. No, and look, isn't Shatner going to that James Cawley Star Trek experience?
Oh yeah, I need to promote that because
right here, I think so.
Father Christopher, I think he said he wanted to do. Let me see something. Is he on? He's not on right now. I think he's at service because Father Christopher said he might want to come on, but I think
cool. He's a cool dude. I like him.
Yeah,
what's Retro? What you doing, Retro man? Where are you, boy?
I told him to come on. I said Retro can come on.
He's on another stream at the moment.
Oh,
okay, yeah, okay. He's stuck some. Yeah, he's literally stuck somewhere else, Mike. So
I know. He knows I'm messing with him.
No, Retro, come on, dude. Okay.
And dude, I'm sorry about Doomcock. I tried to get him. I got sometimes.
Oh no! Here's the thing.
Those messages. He's not dodging. He just gets my messages late sometimes, man.
Oh yeah. We will bring Doomcock on at some point. Here's my thing. I would love to bring and I know Robert would be up for this. So, but I bring him on and stuff.
Sure.
I think we might have lost Jed. He just cut out.
Well, let's talk bad about him while he's gone.
Well, he's always boomering out the stream. We all know this.
I'm here. Man. Can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
You right, Retro?
Retro. I tried to get him to come in here like 20 minutes ago so he could say hi to Robert.
I didn't want to interrupt, to be honest. I was just sitting there just watching it, just enjoying this. I'm just sitting there just enjoying it. I was just quite happy.
Good to see you, buddy.
Hi guys, how are you? All right?
Retro Techie!
Hey, hi Rachel. How you doing? Oh, absolutely. I was just sitting there just enjoying the stream. I was just like, this is great, this.
I know, this would be great.
Oh no, I was just like, la, 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 la. I was loving it. I was just sitting there enjoying it, to be honest. I didn't want to interrupt, but I can't come on there. I'll just put my foot in it or something. So I'll just stay out of it. I'll just stay here in the background.
Well, I'm glad that you came on because now I can duck out. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the panel for having me on the show tonight, this afternoon, I should say. And I just wanted to thank everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for showing up today and supporting this channel. And you guys were terrific. Thank you for sharing your time with me today. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to duck out. Thank you so much for having me on your show, Jed.
You're welcome anytime, just like Mike is. You know what I'm saying?
Love you,
Yeah.
Rock.
You're part of our extended family now. So
I just love you guys so much. Clubby, I love you. I
Love
will
you.
see you. If you need me, text me.
Indeed. I love
Bye,
you.
guys.
Take care.
See
Bye.
ya.
Bye.
Yeah, dude. If it wasn't a
Lord,
Sunday,
hey,
if it
Lord,
wasn't
you
a-
can come on. Just a second, Mike. You can come
Wait,
on, dude. I'll give you the
what's up?
link.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a link. You can come on, brother. Okay.
Oh, cool. Yeah, man, dude, if
Yeah.
it wasn't a Sunday, I would have, hung all day. But
Oh,
that
and then
family stuff. and
you heard
birthday
what Robert said. If he hadn't had a show, he would have stayed. So
Oh, he was having fun. Yeah, and
Yeah.
dude. That's damn cool that you had him on there. He is a great dude, and it was good to finally get a chance to
definitely
talk to
getting
him a little bit. Yeah.
Hey,
absolutely.
Ash, can you give Lord the link to come on?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, brother.
The
And
stream
can
never
you
started.
guys Mike, are you leaving right now?
I got to run in a sec. What you got, man?
Oh, can you pimp out Mike's YouTube page and all his stuff for him, please? So
Who's?
is
Oh,
there?
yeah, don't worry about that. Oh.
I know. Well, do your spiel. Tell me what we're gonna do. And like,
Monday night, of course, it's I'm gonna be doing the on the comic show Monday Night Mark C, doing the comic strip creator Hall of Fame, the first inductee, the first 10 inductees. It's gonna be crap. Nobody is interested but me and Mark C would have, so
we'll
I'm
be
gonna
there.
appreciate that. And again, it is a fully fair election, all voted on by me. So and I was fair. So
I know you're always fair.
With all the votes that I cast. I cast many.
He's always fair unless it's Men of Steel. So
No, I'm not fair to that. Oh, man. Just too bad. It's a good thing we're not on my stream. I would have a picture for it.
He's like, what? You'd have the picture up.
Shit. Thanks, bro. Appreciate the invite, buddy.
Anytime, brother. And
Global Geek Gang, by the way. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Loki's show Tuesday night, and then Wednesday night my open show. But Global Geek Gang, one of these days we'll see if we can get R&B on there.
And then probably on Friday night, me and Mike will probably be on Nick's show too. So
Mike pop on there, sure. And by the way, Green Lantern. Ash, by the way, the thing was, I just forgot, but I'm glad you would reminded me. I forgot that we'd had it up to, so it was. Ash, you got to stay on my ass about stuff like that. So you did me a favor. I've forgotten. So Green Lantern, we're gonna be talking some Green Lantern on the Global Geek Gang.
Hey, Retro, you got to read the books, man.
Oh no, I've got to do my homework.
I gave him tons of homework.
I've got to study.
Yeah, I gave him tons of homework.
One thing I want to tell you guys, if I ever see that Lord Thoth guy again, I'm going to, hey, man.
Wow, I don't know what to say.
How you doing, bro?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
I couldn't.
You show up when I'm on my way out. I see how
See you later, Claudia.
He just dodged you.
Hey, man.
He dodged that one, didn't he?
Hey, man, are you dodging me on Legion and then Late 7? Or are we going to do something soon, man?
I hope so. That would be awesome.
Absolutely, bro. I appreciate it. All of you. Retro, Ash, my buddy, Lord Thoth, my friend, and even you, Jed. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, and hail to the chat. I appreciated it so much. Thanks for the invite, my friend.
No problem. It's any time, brother.
All right, buddies. You guys have a great one. Thank you.
Take care, dude.
Okay.
Later.
All right, buddies. Take care, man.
Awesome.
Hey, let me see if I can. The father's not busy because I know he had a story. You got to get back. Oh, Eric, hey, it's okay, brother. No problem. We know you've had a busy day, so.
Later, Eric. Good to see you.
Okay. Hey.
I'm trying to condense a bunch of notes for the Green Lantern stream because I found some production notes for the Green Lantern film, and there's so many important points that need to be said. Just like how the design of the suit came together, and the prosthetics, and the design of Oa and things like that. But there's so much information, and like I'd be here for a good half an hour just talking through it. It'd be like a lecture. Oh god!
Yeah, we'll have it.
Talk amongst
yourself. Yeah. Lord Front, bring up some of your favorite Shatner Star Trek episodes and discuss, and Retro, you go about it too. I'm trying to see if I can somebody else that wanted to come on the show. So, okay. So while you're doing that, discuss amongst yourselves.
Go ahead, Retro. You can go.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, to be honest, I love my original Star Trek. I'll tell you that now. But I am nowhere near an expert like you guys. So I will bow to the superior knowledge. To be honest, I would think you would probably be the better man to pick the best episodes. I would leave that to you because I know what your ratings and scorings are. So I bow to the greater expert.
The most ruthless scorer in.
I am a little bit hard on it, aren't I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you're going to be the man that I would I'd pay attention to what you were going to say. So.
I know in Raquel and Clubby's stream last night, that was one of the things that. Is that me?
No, who is
it's always
that?
Retro. It's always Retro. We have this problem when we're calling after the streams. We're like, sort your mic out, mate.
Sorry,
we did
me again. Me again.
Yeah.
I know that last night on the when we were talking Star Trek on Clobber and Time's channel there with Raquel, and one of the things that kind of stood out to me too was the three of them together made that show. Now, of course, you had all the other secondary actors were great too, but whenever you had the best scenes with William Shatner, one or both D. Kelly or Leonard Nimoy were usually in the scenes with him. I think that they really fed off each other. So whenever you talk classic Star Trek, you in the same breath, you have to mention all three of them. But William Shatner really made that show. His charisma, his acting ability too. I think it's really underestimated how much of a great actor he was, and still is. It's just he has different characteristics in his acting style nowadays than when he did when he was younger. But some of the greatest episodes I can remember were City on the Edge of Forever. Every episode that I'm going to pick would be within pretty much everybody's ratings for the top 5 at the time, right? But you okay there?
Who did that?
That's Retro again?
Oh, that's not me. Wow. I haven't fallen off my seat. Oh, wow. Hail Father Meyer.
Or maybe.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
I think I shared. Yes, thank you. I think I shared with you the link to Galaxy World or GalaxyCon where I got that through.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I paid $120 for it, and it was worth every penny.
Yeah. I put the thing up last night, and Father Christopher was like, "Hey, yeah, you get to do that." So, and I told him, I was like, "You want to come on the stream today, Father, if you can?" So
I could come on for a little bit. It's getting ready to be the busy time of the year for me.
Yeah, I know. Today's Sunday and all, so it's getting busy. So.
Well, and I have my own stream tonight.
Yeah, I wanted to bring you on because I haven't got you in here before yet, so
Yeah, I yield the floor.
let Father Christopher talk about he can.
Well, what is the topic? Shatner?
It's Shatner. What are your favorite episodes? What is your favorite thing?
Well, I think it was already said, City on the Edge of Forever. Isn't that the one with Joan Collins? 1930s. Love that. That was one of my favorites. Oh dear, I'm blanking. I will say that I just finished listening to Shatner's Up Till Now autobiography on Audible, read by Shatner, and that was definitely worth it too. I would say that Khan, the Space Seed, I think it is, Harvey Mudd, anything with Harvey Mudd is always good. And actually, IDW did a one of the comics I subscribed to is Year 5, Star Trek Year 5, and they just had a Harvey. So the Harvey Mudd story arc was pretty good.
Yep.
So, and I'm breaking out my toxic new shirt.
I love your shirt.
Happy with you.
I figured might as well get it while I can.
I know, get it while you can because you're not going to make it no more.
The cat is. I love that cat in those cartoons.
I mean, okay, so I did subscribe to HBO Max so I could watch the Snyder Cut, and I loved it. But the thing that's also neat is they got the original Looney Tunes on there.
Yeah,
and it's been fun. It's been fun going back and watching those again.
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing is with Peppy, the cat basically beats the crap out of Peppy.
It is kind of an abusive relationship, isn't it?
And somehow he's the problem, even though she's beating him up. Yeah, for Shatner, I love Shatner. I love everything Shatner. I just started watching T.J. Hooker again for the first time in years. It's on the Roku channel. Yeah, but you know the thing is, and I'm not trying to be morbid, as I was telling Jed, Shatner's turning 90. If you want to get an autograph, you better do it while you still can.
I still have my one that I have with him, Leonard Nimoy, and Jimmy Doohan. And of course, there's two of those three we can't get anymore. And with Bill too, we're counting down the days. The fact that he's
I'm not looking forward to it. I am really not looking forward to that day.
Yep. I'll be taking that day off work, I'm sure.
The day Roddenberry died, I was in deep mourning. Like, dude, it hit me hard. Like, so, because I got to meet him several times at the creation cons and stuff too. That was one I never got to talk. We got to bring Robert back on for more Star Trek. Like, I never got to tell. I meaning to tell him that, but we were talking about so much stuff. Yeah, we got to bring him back.
Absolutely.
It's funny. When I met Nichelle Nichols, my wife was there as well, and Nichelle Nichols didn't give me much. Didn't even give me the time of day. But she spent about 15 minutes just talking with my wife, because my wife is in communications, public relations. She's for this big firm. She's a VP, and so they just sat there talking. What an incredibly graceful and giving woman Nichelle Nichols was. And my wife is mixed, so she obviously latched onto that, and they just got talking about all kinds of interesting stuff while I sat there and was like, wow, this is just amazing. Much better conversation than anything I could have had with Nichelle Nichols, because I suspect that she looked at me and said, okay, I don't want to talk Star Trek. I'm going to talk to his wife. So it was great. It was a great conversation we had.
I gotta say, the one that I have no desire to meet is George Takei. I mean, the thing that's nice about Shatner is he doesn't get political. True. I mean, he never expresses any politics. But Takei has become kind of like an Alec Baldwin, to the point where it kind of destroys whatever he's in.
Well, here's the thing about with George. George was a really good dude back in the day, but he's got super political, and it rubs a lot of people the wrong way now. Mm-hmm. Like you said, and here's the thing: people try to get political with Shatner every single day on Twitter, and he cuts that off right there. I love him to death. He's just like, nope, we ain't gonna play that today. You're blocked. Bye. Yeah. Like I met George back when after the first movie came out and during the second movie came out. So he was he didn't lose his mind yet. So yeah, that was even before George went on Howard Stern and stuff. That was in the 80s. He was super nice to me and everything. Like I got to hang out with him, my parents. I got to go to lunch with George and them one day, because and George even offered to pay for lunch for my parents and stuff, because they, I said, they used to do security work at the creation cons back in the day, and they're in the late 70s, early 80s and stuff. So but
it's funny you said something, Father Miller, there a few minutes ago. You said you paid a lot of money for that autograph. I don't envy a lot of autograph hunters nowadays trying to get autographs of these big actors, because some of them are asking $150, $200, $300 for an autograph.
See what Michelle Gellar is going for almost $200 on.
That's ridiculous.
Again.
Yep.
I will get another one that I just got recently. Let me go fetch that.
Yeah,
I
let's
gotta
do
stop
that.
my camera. Because I've taken up the hobby of asking for autographs.
But yeah, there's some great episodes that Bill Shatner's been in. I mean, Mirror Mirror is my all-time favorite episode. City on the Edge of Forever is a great one. I know we talked Trouble with Tribbles the other night on the show with Clobby and Raquel. That's a great one because it got a chance to see the humorous side of Star Trek. You mentioned I, Mud, and Mud's Women. Those are a couple of good ones too. I mean, pretty much every episode he was in was pretty good. There's some bad ones though. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh wow.
There's some
Love her. Now this one I don't know if it's an authentic because I heard he might have.
Dick Van Dyke.
I heard people might sign it for him. Let me put that back in the thing. One day I want to get these framed. Just put them up in like my TV room.
Oh, there we go. Oh, wow.
This one I'm really happy with.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wrote him about 3 years ago, and I think it was last year he passed. So I was glad I was able to do that. But I think that's all. Well, there's one more. Oh, yes, this one. I just got this one in.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've seen that one before. Like, that autograph is pretty rare. Well, it is up here, I should say.
I wrote him. I sent him. I bought the picture off of eBay. I sent it to him with a return addressed envelope stamped and everything, and I got it within 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I wrote him a letter with it, just saying I really loved his show when I was in college, because PBS used to air it every night.
Oh, yeah. PBS used to show some awesome stuff back in the day. That was the only way I could get Doctor Who and like other stuff was through BT.
Well, that's the thing. I grew up in Iowa, and I guess Iowa is one of the longest running PBSs that showed Doctor Who. That's where I discovered it. It was Friday Night Sci-Fi Night. They had Red Dwarf. They had the entire story arc of Doctor Who. And Friday was the one night I got to stay up late because no school.
Yeah.
And I just got hooked at an early age. Okay, so I will show this other one. Pardon the mess. But notice next to Jesus, if you notice the guy in the scarf and the hat.
Tom Baker.
Yep.
On the left there by your sword. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one.
Come on,
that's my Knights of Columbus sword. But the Tom Baker store was open. I got that one 4 years ago when his store was open for autographs. You just purchase it online. I think you mail the picture to him, and then he'll sign it and mail it back to you.
Yeah, he doesn't. He only does a few conventions now and then. So.
Well, he's 90.
Yeah, I know. So, I don't know. It sucks that we're gonna lose all these great men. They're getting older. We're not gonna have around that much longer.
I should start getting some signature stuff. The only signature stuff I really got is Ethan Van Sciver's comics from his Indiegogo campaigns. That's really the only stuff with signatures I have at the moment. Hopefully, I'll get some later down the line, but we'll see.
I'm lucky. I live in Ottawa, so there's a lot of we have Ottawa Comic-Con here. It's one of the main centers in Canada. It's kind of like Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver. They have big conventions, and the same year I got Nichelle Nichols, Peter Mayhew was there too. Chewbacca. That was a good one, but he was asleep most of the time. His assistant kind of just nudged him a bit, and his signature was awful by that time. He was going through that debilitating disease that was killing him, right? So he had a hard time staying awake and signing. But I turned around the corner because across from him was a Babylon 5 star, and there was nobody around her at all. I don't think anybody really recognized her. Babylon 5 isn't that popular up here in Canada, so I walked over, and Mira Furlan was there, and we had a nice little chat. She was very reserved, and which was fine, and it was a nice little chat. And so yeah, it's funny, the autograph hunting. I'm not really a big autograph hunter. I don't go out of my way to spend a lot of money to get somebody's signature, but it's the conversations that I had. Like, I got to meet another great actor. I know that this is a little off topic, but a certain Stargate actor, Colonel Jack O'Neill, was there as well, and all we did was talk hockey the whole time because he's a big Minnesota fan, right? So we MacGyver and I had well, that's how my wife remembered him, right? Was Richard Dean Anderson was MacGyver. So no, he was very pleasant and really overweight, but it was a nice conversation.
He's not young either.
Most of the time these actors are usually pretty good, especially if you get them early in the day, as opposed to like on the Sunday in the afternoon where they're grumpy and tired from the weekend from answering the same questions all the time. But if you get them early, they're usually in a good mood, and that's when I try to talk to them. But I only go to one convention maybe every few years. My wife isn't one of us, but yeah, it's harder and harder to get some of these actors from out of our childhood. Like most of the Blake Seven people are gone.
Oh yeah.
Doctor Who actors, the original classic Doctor Who stuff, they don't come over here. Star Trek actors, Walter Koenig canceled. The year I was supposed to get to talk to Leonard Nimoy that year with Nichelle Nichols, he canceled, but he did a big video. Hello to everybody. It was right before he was sick. So yeah, it's going to be pretty tragic when as we get further and further towards 100 for Bill.
Yeah.
But he looks good.
He does look pretty good. He's riding those horses.
Riding the stallion, keeping them young, you know?
Yep.
I was gonna say, Retros that said this. Does anybody in chat have favorite episodes, or, you know what I'm saying? That's not on the panel right now? Anybody in chat have favorite episodes?
I think largely some general favourites from TOS is like I'm Mirror Mirror, City on the Edge of Forever, just Trouble with Tribbles, even Wrath of Khan. Those are just cult classics from the original series era. The City on the Edge of Forever I haven't seen yet. I think that's towards the end of season 2 or in season 3.
No, it's at the beginning. The very beginning of season 2. How did you miss it?
Was it?
Yeah.
What's the production code number?
I know it's like the second or third episode of season 2. I think it's right in the first handful. Devil in the Dark was a good one, yeah.
Yeah, Mark C's is Devil in the Dark.
I was going to ask you, Lord, but again, IDW had another comic with Khan, Hell's Mirror, where Khan is in the Mirror universe.
Yes.
And that was really a really good comic.
Yeah, they did. It was Ruling in Hell. Did you read that one too? There was Khan.
No, I have I've been getting the year 5 since it started, and really it's about that time that I discovered the Star Trek comics. I mean, I bought a few of the older Star Treks from like the 80s, I think it is.
Oh, classic, yeah. The old DC Comics one, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a new one. There's a new one coming up. Let me see if I can find it. It's supposed to be like out in March or April or May. It looks like it's going to be.
Go ahead.
No. I'm just trying to. I'm talking as I'm trying to find it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a bunch of the old DC when they first, because it took place after, I think, was it the Search for Spock. So.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in.
I have a full run of that.
I know there's a Voyager series that's coming out from IDW this year. Did you find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he put it up on stream for us.
Oh, The Gift.
Yeah.
I got that in my pull box.
Yeah, I've got a pre-order too. Yeah.
I mean, it looks really good.
I don't think it's
I'm
out
not.
yet, is it?
No, it isn't. April 7th.
There you
So,
go. Yep.
but I mean, I'm not much of a Next Generation comic fan, but I mean, again, this looks really good.
Yeah, the comic's not been bad. It's had its ups and downs. It's the Year 5 storylines are interesting. The writers aren't too bad. So, yeah, I've been.
The art is good.
Yeah, the art isn't bad.
I will say the one that I found really messed up was when Doctor Who teamed up with the Next Generation crew.
That's not as bad as the classic Trek ones with like the Green Lantern Corps.
I love the Planet of the Apes one.
The Planet of the Apes one. I knew you were
I
gonna
love
go
the
there.
Planet of the Apes. That was an awesome. That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, it was pretty good. This storyline was very different.
Silly, but
Yeah.
I was about to say the Planet of the Apes one was like, oh, dude, no. Oh, come on. Anything to do with robot. Retro, you can say it. You have a mic, dude.
Yeah, I know. I was just sitting here in the corner again. Yeah. See, anything with robots in it's my sci-fi Achilles heel. Oh, terrible. Absolutely love anything like that. So, yeah, The Changeling's one of my favorite Star Trek episodes. Absolutely love that one.
Yeah, I
Brilliant.
think. Wait, I'm looking in the chat here. Mark D with a C. Was it number 28 or was it 27? It's like I know it's 28, I think. It was City on the Edge of Forever was episode 28. So that's what number that would be season 2, episode 2, or no? I guess it'd be right at the end of season 1,
episode 28.
Yeah, it'd be right.
That's
right
probably
at the
why
end
I
of
don't
season 1.
remember it. Because I watched Trek backwards. We said it earlier on the stream. I watched Trek backwards. So I watched TNG first. This was a couple of years ago, and then I watched the first season of original series, and then after the first season, I went and did other stuff, and then years later, with Raquel and Clobby's Saturday Night Trek streams, I've started watching through the rest of original series. So it's been literally years since I've seen season 1 of the original series. That's probably why I don't remember it.
That's right. Yeah, second last episode in season 1. Yeah, it was a great episode. That was a great episode because he really got a chance to show his acting chops. I think that's among some of his best acting. Falling in love and then losing his love at the end. Spoilers from a 1967 episode.
you had 50 years to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, I was like...
It's not like the Snyder Cut. It's only 4 days out. This has been around forever.
Well, some people haven't seen it yet, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Well,
Not my
you say
fault.
that, I've got like 50 years of pop culture to catch up on, so I'm 21, so I've got loads to catch up on.
Well, get at it.
That's what we're gonna also be doing, like, if we can figure out what day, because Sunday is one of the best days to do stuff now, so...
Yeah.
But,
Who was it that said they were watching TJ Hooker again, though?
Me.
Yeah, that's...
TJ Hooker is awesome, though.
Must have
I
got
tell you, so I'm in my 40s, and I kind of had a midlife crisis because I don't know if you know Dan the Space Brook,
Yeah.
a British guy. Yeah, I was telling him about the greatest American hero. It just came out 40 years ago this week.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
And I am now depressed.
That red suit, yeah.
So you're almost the same age as me, then.
I'm 46.
Oh, wait, 46. Yeah, you're almost the same age as me, because I'm over 40.
Mm-hmm.
So, I stopped counting it when I hit 40, so, you know.
Just be like Jack Benny, just remain 39 forever.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm just going to remain 39 forever, so, you know.
I'm still in my 40s, barely.
The only reason why I know I hit 40 because it was like, what was it? The equal years. So you go back and you're like, oh, okay.
I know everybody was chatting about watching Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Where were you when, kind of thing. And I went to that in 1982 to the theater to see it, and I was a young man, a kid, and I went with my buddy who was a year older than me, and we played hockey together, and Yeah, I remember coming out of that traumatized, literally traumatized. Being a big Star Trek fan, I was, and I was shocked. I while watching the whole scene, especially the funeral scene with Spock before they throw him in the torpedo and shoot him off into space, and I'm sitting there I've got the tear rolling down my face, and I can remember how between that and the scene with Chekhov and the the Sete Eels. Which I was like, oh my god, my ears were itchy for weeks after that.
That freaked me out.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, there's something in my ear. That freaked me out. But that movie was so well put together. It was like watching a classic submarine movie or one of those old war movies, right? Between you have the two captains facing each other down, and the music was just so amazing, and the plot, and Kirk and his acting, and then losing Spock and seeing him run through that whole gamut of emotions where he's just lost his best friend and his soulmate almost, and then he's he's trying to be strong for the rest of the crew, and his was the most human, and that's where you lose it, right? Because you can see that he's trying to be there for everybody and trying to be strong because he's the admiral and he's the captain of the ship right now, but yet he just lost somebody who he spent most of his life with, his adult life with, as captain of the Enterprise. So the acting there is just so amazing, and yeah, he should have been nominated for an Academy Award for that movie.
Oh yeah, he should have, and he never did. It was a shame he didn't get any.
That was a tough year, though. There was some amazing.
Oh
movies.
Yeah, there was.
Not just science fiction.
That's the reason why he didn't get anything, because there was such a huge variety. Not like nowadays where there's one good movie out of the year, maybe.
What were they up against?
He was up against huge competition.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was there, but I do remember it because I watched the award ceremony. Okay. Father Miller, did you go and see it in the movie theater?
No, I remember watching it on ABC as a kid.
Oh, okay.
But the thing I keep thinking of these things, I wish I could go back, watch it for the first time, not knowing anything about what's going to happen. But I mean, it's like Star Wars, all those movies I used to watch as a kid, and I just don't remember the experience of the first time seeing them.
Well, that's what Ash is doing.
That's
right
what I'm
now.
here for, because the first time I watched it was on Tuesday just gone. So because we had Rob Meyer Burnett on earlier, Jed was like, "You need to watch more Kirk stuff, otherwise you're gonna look like an idiot in front of Rob." So I was like, "Okay."
Rob got a huge kick out of that one.
I went out and bought all the original Trek films and watched them all in a week, and I loved them. That's sort of like my shtick here on this channel. I'm like the young kid that actually appreciates the old pop culture, and I'm watching it for the first time, whereas everyone else is reminiscing growing up with this pop culture. So
you're still young. So I mean, I've been watching Star Trek for probably almost 40 years, I would say.
Yeah.
So I mean, it would be, what is better to have, the 40 years of enjoying it or experiencing it a little bit later in life for the first time?
Well, I'm only 21, so I'm still pretty young, and I'm watching it for the first time, and it's literally, when I watched Wrath of Khan, that was just magic. That scene with Shatner and Spock, it was just so well done. It was well acted, well written. There was so much heart in that one scene. For me, that was the best scene out of the entire film. I mean, there was a lot of great scenes in that film, but that scene hit home, and it was just so powerful. It was a powerful moment, and it was done so much better than the way they did that scene in Abrams' Trek, because Abrams' Trek was the first time I saw Kirk and his guys. So I got introduced to Star Trek through that, and then I went back and watched the older stuff, and then went around the Trek fandoms and watched all the different stuff. And nothing can really compare to the original series. Those stories are just timeless. there's so much that applies to this day and age, and surprisingly, and they're just beautiful stories and beautifully acted. They're charming. They're just brilliant to watch, and I'm loving watching these episodes for the first time as well. It's great.
Well, there's no comparison in acting talent between Pine and Quinto and Nimoy and Shatner.
Oh, no.
Like there's it's night and day. They're much better actors, classically trained actors like those two.
Oh yeah.
Comparing them to Pine and Quinto, and you know, I appreciated 2009 for what it was. It was an absolute mess, but it was a big popcorn movie. Blow 'em up, shoot 'em up. I come out of it liking it and hating it at the same time because there was a lot of things in it that were just terrible, terrible, terrible writing. But it was also a lot of fun because it was it reminded me more of a big science fiction blockbuster one-off and done kind of movie than it was a Star Trek movie, because it certainly wasn't a Star Trek movie.
Well, I gotta say, so I remember anything with Iowa hits home for me because that's my home state. I've been to Riverside a few times. Basically, the future birthplace of Kirk.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a little small town just south of Iowa City. They got a big enterprise there, and I guess there's a new museum there. So when I get to go home after I get my shot, I guess you could say, I might go visit it again.
Oh, wow. I'll have to look it up next time I'm in the States. I might have to check it out. Well,
it's first mentioned in Star Trek 4. When I can't remember how the conversation went. It's just, no, I'm from Iowa, but I work in space.
Yeah. Well, I can't quite remember the details. I binged through like 4 movies in one day. And I watched the first one on Monday, and I watched 2 through 5 on Tuesday, and I watched number 6 today, just before the stream. So it's largely fresh in my mind. But yeah, you can clearly tell there's a distinct difference between Shatner's acting in the films and when he started off the original series. His acting has matured through the show, but his relationship with Nimoy has matured as well, and you can definitely tell that on screen, and it's quite nice to see that. So yeah, very good.
So, well, I gotta get running. I have my own stream a little bit later tonight.
Father Christopher, would you like to promote your stream?
Sure. So, first time here. So I chose my channel, The Nerd Father, because even though I'm not in my clerics, I'm a priest, but I'm also a big nerd. So, Nerd Father. A friend of mine that's an editorial cartoonist drew the logo that I've been using for my channel. But tonight, when this whole shutdown began, I started a Sunday night show that was kind of like my therapy, because it was a chance to be on with 6 other priests. It was kind of like our version of Friday Night Tights, and it really was good. It really helped me not lose my sanity, because, you know, staying home and not seeing anybody. But now that we're back to work, it's kind of hard for the guys to get together at a set time, since we're no longer under house arrest. So I've been doing solo streams, and tonight I'll be giving my review of the Snyder Cut, but also from the Catholic viewpoint, I'll be talking about Holy Week, and the Vatican had a ruling earlier this week, some news about that. So mixture of nerd and faith and nerddom.
Father Christopher, you're always welcome here, and
thank you.
We do want to bring you back because we have a certain thing in mind that we might.
Okay. Well, just let me know.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay.
I will tell you the idea off stream later on. Okay. How you feel about it?
Okay.
So.
Sounds good. Well, good to see you guys.
Great to see you for coming.
Okay. No problem. Talk to you later.
Take care.
Later.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. I may have like 2 more people that might want to come on. So.
How many more people are you gonna pull out?
We might have 2 or 3 more, because I'm having to bring them in rotations. You know this, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can rotate out here pretty soon too.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, because we got 2 spots open, and I'm just I'm letting people know his spot's open. So
Cool.
So, because people, I was like, oh yeah, people wanted to come on. So, talk amongst yourselves, okay? While I'm doing this.
Come on then. What episodes have we got to ask Etch to watch? What have we got to ask Etch to watch then? Come on.
What
Come on.
of TOS?
Yeah, come on.
Well, I'm just going to be following the plan that Raquel and Claudio are doing. So
Yeah,
they're watching it all in production order. I think we're about
right. Okay.
just after halfway through season 2 of TOS. So we just did Trouble with Tribbles. That's really the main one that I remember because that's just so iconic.
Yeah, brilliant.
It was a fun episode as well. Like you had like the whole chaos of the Tribbles just multiplying exponentially on the ship, and then you had like the bar style brawl with the Klingons and the station, and then you had Scotty's scene in the cafe. That was just brilliant. He told Chekhov, was it? I think it was Chekhov, to sit down and be quiet.
It was Chekhov. Yep.
Yeah. And then as soon as when he was insulting the captain, Chekhov was going to deck the Klingon, but Scotty said no. But as soon as they insulted the ship, it was ridiculous and so funny.
I love when they're dressing down, like when Captain Kirk is there as the captain of the ship. Obviously, he has to maintain, discipline amongst the ranks, and he's got all the people that were involved in the bar brawl there lined up, and they're all staying at attention. And he's like, "Gentlemen, you can't be doing this. You're all confined to quarters." Blah blah blah. And then he says, "Scotty, come here." He's saying, "So what happened?" And Scotty's like, "Oh, Captain." He said, "Oh, well. They were insulting you," and all this stuff. And he said, and then Kirk goes, "And that's when you hit the Klingon." "No, sir." "They likened the Enterprise to a garbage scow." And then Kirk's like, "Scotty, you're confined to quarters." "Aye, sir. That'll give me time to catch up with me journals."
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And that's like got to be one of the best Kirk Scotty scenes ever in Star Trek, right? And it's funny how they played off each other, but that was that was the magic of William Shatner. I understand there's a lot of behind drama that went on, but
was that scene improvised? Because it sounds like something that could be improvised.
I don't think so, but I think that they might have had. There's been nothing I've ever read where it said that it was or wasn't improvised. But it's possible they improvised some of it because I think because it does seem like it's off the cuff because it just came naturally to them, right?
Yeah, but it's just like the wittiness of how they were saying it, and the way they were interacting, like you said, off the cuff. Yeah. So it was
Jimmy
great.
Doohan is good for that. He's known for that. I think William Shatner's more a Shakespearean kind of classically trained actor, so he's more by the rote. But I know that that Jimmy Doohan's like he's such a natural actor and a war veteran too. I mean, shout out to another good Canadian boy, James Doohan from BC there. So that was a great scene. Good call. That's one of those classic episodes that everybody really pulled in. A great acting performance from Nichelle Nichols to Walter Koenig, Jimmy Doohan. They all were on point in that episode. That's why it's one of the fan favorites, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there's so many good episodes in TOS, and I can only say from what I've seen so far, because I've still got half of season 2 and all of season 3 to watch. From what I've heard from you guys, season 3 isn't as good as 2. I think 2 was the best of the 3. Then it goes season 3, and then season 1, or 1 then 3. But
boy, that's an interesting debate. I mean, I'd have to say season 3, in my opinion, was the weakest. But there are still some really, really good episodes in that the Enterprise incident, Tholian Web. I have a soft spot for the Empath. Because of D. Kelly's, I mean, God rest his soul, but he had an amazing performance where I'm not going to spoil it for you because, but let's just say that he had a great performance in that. Whom Gods Destroy is kind of a guilty pleasure. So there's some really good episodes in season 3 that kind of stick out. But yeah, season 1, 2, it had some good ones and some bad ones and some great ones. But even so, even the bad episodes of Star Trek are still not terrible. Like Spock's Brain, everybody talks about Spock's Brain being the worst episode of all time. It still is a pretty fun little episode.
I love that episode.
Yeah, you get past the science out of it.
Yeah,
you take that out of it because it's impossible to do what they did. But it's kind of an interesting little bottle episode.
Oh yeah, I love the bit where McCoy loses like the ability to operate, and he's halfway through wiring Spock's brain back up. And like Spock's actually giving him instructions how to do it.
And he's sweating. You could see the look at his face, and he's sweating, and he's like,
love that. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, again, one of my favorite. Another of my favorite. I love that one.
Gene L. Kuhn wrote that one. But he wrote some of the best episodes that were in Star Trek. Well, I mean, wrote/co-wrote. A lot of them Gene was involved in too. But yeah.
Oh, brilliant. I'm going to say a big shout out to Garbage in the chat there, who's mentioned the crossover episode in DS9 with the triples in it. So that's definitely one I think Ash has got to see.
Yeah, Trials and Tribulations. That's a good episode.
We'll get to Deep Space Nine eventually. I haven't seen any of Deep Space Nine yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, brilliant.
I have all of that to look for. I think it was like 5 or 6 seasons or something like that.
Yeah, fantastic episodes in there as well. There's like throwbacks to the mirror universe as well in there. Yeah, which you're gonna like.
Well, to be honest, I've seen like a lot of Star Trek, but like the important ones, the fan favorites, are just the main fan favorites. I haven't really seen because I watched like all of TNG, including the movies, and then I watched like season 1 of TOS. Then I watched Voyager. Then I watched Enterprise, and now I'm watching. There are season 2 and 3 of TOS. I haven't seen the animated series, and I haven't seen.
You definitely got a animated series. Yeah, brilliant.
One thing I wanted to ask: at the end of the TOS films, we were at Enterprise A. Enterprise B and C is that in the animated series? And then we get D in
Next Gen.
Next Gen.
But we see C in Next Gen 2 for the first time in the episode Yesterday's Enterprise. But we don't actually see it because it's in between the Star Trek 6 and Star Trek Generations, which is Star Trek 7. So it's in between there. And at the very beginning of Generations, the 7th movie, that's where Kirk, Scotty, and Chekhov go to the Enterprise B on a tour because they commission the Enterprise B, which is an Excelsior class starship, like Sulu's ship in Star Trek 6. So that's
because I was reading around a bit after I watched the films. I was like, where's B and C? And so I take it Sulu is NX 2000, which is the first Excelsior class.
Yep.
Ship.
So in Star Trek 3, it was the NX 2000, but by Star Trek 6, it was NCC.
Okay.
Because it got commissioned. They pulled the transwarp drive from it. The great experiment that failed in Star Trek 3, and then they just gave it regular, normal warp drive, and then they commissioned her as an NCC 2000. So yeah.
And then the one after that becomes
the B. Yeah,
B.
That's the Enterprise B. Right. That's John Harriman, the captain, who was, if those of you out there might recognize him from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He was the captain of the
that
Enterprise
was like,
B. Captain John Harriman.
Yeah.
And Rachel Garrett was the captain of the Enterprise C. That was from Yesterday's Enterprise. One of the best Star Trek episodes from The Next Generation. How to do time travel right, by the way. That episode.
Yeah, I like that one.
I hated what they did with Tashiar after that, but hey, you know what? You have to run with it. They wanted to bring Denise Crosby back, and ratings for the episodes spiked when she was there as a guest star. So heck, go with it as a half Romulan, half human hybrid Sela there.
Yeah. Wow. So I take it we go up to Enterprise E at the end of the films. No, F at the
First
end of the last
Contact.
TNG film.
Yep, Star Trek First Contact. We got to see the Enterprise E because in Generations the D was destroyed, right?
Yeah.
The very beginning of First Contact, we get to see the Enterprise E, and I have a soft spot for the Sovereign class vessel. I've got the XL ship here from, what's the company that does them? Eagle Moss. Eagle Moss does them. I have that one. I have my classic Trek, my Enterprise movie Trek Constitution class. Love that. I've got my big huge Viper from Battlestar Galactica, big Battlestar Galactica fan, and of course I've got the Orville there too. That's my XL ships. But I got a soft spot for the Sovereign class, the Enterprise E.
Yeah. All right. So as far as I'm aware, the latest Enterprise version is F or H, and that was in one of the time travel movies in Enterprise, not in movies. One of the episodes in Enterprise. I think with the Time Civil War or something like that, and the Archer gets shot into the future onto the ship. I've forgotten which model it was. I think it might have been F or H. And that's like the most modern iteration I think we see in Trek. So that was pretty cool.
It's the isn't it the Enterprise G? I thought it was the Enterprise G.
Might have been G. It's one of the later letters. I know that.
Yeah, I have the little version of that one there. I suppose I could look at it. I think it was the I can't Enterprise J, maybe? Was it, or maybe it was a J?
Maybe. Hang on. Let me have a look.
Are you going to Google it?
Yeah, I'm going to
Google it up and pull it up if you want to.
I think it was the Enterprise J. Now that I think about it, because that was the one in the Enterprise episode. Because that was the Izindi episodes, right? I'm not as familiar with Enterprise, the Enterprise TV show.
I quite enjoyed the show. That's pretty cool.
It's not my least favorite TV show. Voyager is probably my least favorite, but I think Enterprise, as in the TV show Enterprise, really got a lot better and stronger after season 2 into season 3. That's another one of those shows where there were some strong episodes, but it was really weak until it got into 3 and 4. It really hit its stride. There were some really great episodes in season 4, except for the last one, which was the worst Star Trek episode ever, I think, in my opinion.
Oh.
Enterprise J, I think. And
I think the best Enterprises. You can hear me.
Yeah,
right?
it was Jay.
Hey, there we go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure because they didn't get. Like Robert said before, when they refitted the Enterprises, well, the real Enterprise, when they refitted it, I think that's like they updated it without making it look too idiotic, because what Robert said about everything, it's just they're too small, too little, and they kept the aesthetics of the original Enterprise but just updated it, so that's just my point of view on that one.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that it's great that we're all here, not just for our appreciation of a great actor, but we're here to appreciate Star Trek. And let me tell you right now that if it was not for William Shatner, Gene Roddenberry, and the other actors that were involved in this show, we wouldn't have Star Trek today. It would have died. It would have been one of the it would have been one of those TV shows from the 60s that lasted a couple seasons, and then it fade into the memories of people who are now starting to get really older, right? And I think that William Shatner was a pivotal part of that TV show. He was the classic hero's journey. He had his faults. He had problems. He wasn't perfect. He made mistakes, but it's how he reacted to those problems and how he pulled himself up and fought the bad guy or solved the problem with the help of his team. And that's really what made that show so great. Was William Shatner was a central part of it.
You're right, Retro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Retro's
I'm just sitting there.
You using your mic.
I'm just sitting there, just listening. Just listening.
Feel the force.
So happy birthday to William Shatner.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, spot on. Brilliant. Grew up as a kid watching it on British TV, watching, well, essentially by my time, the sort of repeats, the reruns.
Yeah.
And I used to watch it on BBC Two as a little kid. And of course, like, I've always loved sci-fi.
Same.
And so I absolutely loved the original Star Trek. You know, I'll be honest, like I say, my knowledge is nowhere near as the like of Lord Foff, but absolutely wonderful, wonderful series, fantastic, brilliant, all of them. You know, first, second, third season, brilliant. I just love them all. I could just sit there and just rewatch them over and over again. You know, I've just, you know, I'm sitting here with my box right now, like, you know what I mean? I'm just, you know, just, you can lob it on and just sit down and just watch some thoroughly good entertainment, brilliant stuff. You know, so you've got some fantastic stories to sit through, some wonderful adventures to go through, and you get to see the friendship grow between the main characters there.
Yeah.
With Kirk, you know, Spock and McCoy, you know, brilliant. I envy you that, because you're going to see these for the first time.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're going to get the first take on it. So.
Well, looky who just popped in.
Oh, so sorry, Jed. I've been so busy all day. Same day. Sunday's always a quiet day as well.
That's the reason why I popped it in.
Hey, PD, how's it going?
Hey, Lord Fluff, how you doing? Yeah.
No,
And then we got Mark over here. We got Mark D coming in too.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mark D.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah. I was stretching it out because I was trying to get these two in here too. So
Okay.
we may have one other, so I'm like, but
where were we on Educated Ash?
Yeah, we're on Educated Ash.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Since you're educating me, I wanted to ask, apart from the original series and the one movie where I think was Shatner's last appearance in Trek, which was the TNG film,
Generations.
You're missing a big one, Ash.
Am I?
You're missing the animated series as well.
I haven't watched that yet.
Gotta watch the animated, mate.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the animated series.
Yeah,
and I haven't
gave him the link to that yet.
Yeah.
There's some good episodes, and there are some pretty
awful
episodes.
Yeah, it's a bit acquired taste, but I thought it was quite good for its time.
Oh, look what Retro's got.
He's got the animated series. How many seasons is that?
2. But one's only 6 episodes, so it's not much.
Yeah, one's pretty short.
And they're 25 minutes long, not 45, so it's a bit quicker.
Is that the same cast as the original series, just animated?
You're missing Chekhov, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, George Takei. Sorry, not George Takei. What am I thinking of? Walter Koenig. I'll get it right. Actually wrote an episode instead of starring in the series, and James Doohan, bless him, done a lot of extra voiceover work.
Yeah.
Well, nice story behind that, guys, was that Leonard Nimoy knew that some of the other actors needed work, so he actually put their name. He said, I'm not going to do the series unless you hire, some of the other voice actors, which was a really nice touch. So.
Yeah, that was good.
So I grew up watching that as a kid. I think that was my first intro to Star Trek. So I still have my communicators and all the toys and there's like phaser flashlights you could play with. And
so do you know how many people broke the communicators? They're not around no more.
Like even Majel Barrett was part of that too.
We all know those sound effects.
Well, when we were putting the show together for last night, he's like, "Okay, mate, I gotta watch this." So he was watching it in the background while I was taping out the Facebook and the other stuff. and I heard dun 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 dun. I was like, "Oh, you at the fight part, aren't you?" Because I heard the music and stuff. Yeah.
Oh my, that's an old
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Cool.
now that PD and Mark are in here, because Mark can actually say stuff now, and then PD can actually. Okay,
Yeah,
look at that. That's awesome.
Yep, so I
yeah.
had
And then-
those. Yep.
Oh,
wow,
brilliant.
they're
Yeah,
pretty
so they-
worth a lot of money now, aren't they? You've got the box and everything.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
So and it has I had the batteries out, but it has this like really annoying sound that it makes if like the red alert sound.
cool.
And so they're basically just walkie talkies, but you played with these for hours as kids, And this was a set I found on eBay.
Oh wow.
My original set was kind of trash from playing with, so I found a nice
Cool.
set and let me grab my
This might interest you, Mark D. I'm currently restoring 2 Dinky Enterprises at the moment.
Oh wow.
really?
I had one of them as a kid.
those are awesome, man.
Oh, I had one as a kid. Oh, yeah, I know, and I gave it away.
Oh,
No.
retro,
Oh,
no.
Why
no.
did you
Oh,
give it
no.
away?
I
Because
know.
I'm an
Great,
idiot.
they're brilliant.
Because I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So that's the
Yeah.
it's basically a flashlight, and then hopefully I won't. This top is kind of tough to open here, so you would store some symbols in here. So they had like all these. This is I guess that's the Klingon ship you'd put on. This is like some crazy UFO, and then you had the Enterprise.
Oh wow.
Hey, Mark, did you ever see the ones that look like that, but they had you could do the episodes from it in them?
Oh, it was kind of like
yeah.
What was it? View scope or whatever. What did they call
And
those?
it looked like a phaser, and you could like put it on the wall, and like you put batteries in it, and you can put the episodes on the wall. Yeah.
Never seen that one, but yeah, I must have missed that one on eBay.
I had one of those when I was a kid. I still have it. It's still packed up somewhere.
And there's also a really cool phaser game they had too with those. Yep, that's really expensive now.
With the reflector, with the reflector, bike reflector as I called it.
But I had this. I remember I got this for Christmas, so I kept playing with it all day. My uncle said, "If you don't stop playing with it, I'm gonna smash it." Because the sound of this phase, I have the batteries out to save it, but it's just an annoying sound. So
yeah, is it?
Yeah, it's just
I know, because I had one of those with my friends, and I would go annoy his dad with it all the time. And he's like, "Oh, you better stop that! I'm gonna smash it." And I was like, "The Federation will be on you, sir."
Let me show you what I 3D printed.
Okay.
I want to get one of the.
Send you some sandpaper, Mark D. Loads of sandpaper.
I want to get one of the original series. No worries. I want to get one of the original series communicators. So did I tell you about my my little Trek escapade at Disneyland?
Oh
no, but now we got to hear it.
Yeah. Okay. So last time I went to LA, we went to Disneyland there, and I found out what day we were going to visit the Star Wars area. So specifically for that, I put on a Trek T-shirt and took a picture with all the Star Wars characters and did a Vulcan salute. So the next level up from that, I told Purple Valkyrie and Samantha Joe this on one of their streams, and they were like, "You have to go in full uniform next time." And I was like, "You know what? I just might." So next time I go to Star Wars Land, and see the characters, I'm considering buying a full Trek officer's uniform with a communicator and going to see the Star Wars characters and see what their reactions are. Like the funniest thing was Vader was triggered but his cameraman was in hysterics. Kylo Ren didn't know what the hell was going on. And it was just brilliant. Most of the characters, like Rey and that, Chewbacca, they didn't really have any idea what was going on. But the Vader's cameraman, he was the funnest. I was speaking to some of the guys in waiting to see the characters on the side of the Trek show, and we were all just having a laugh and cracking up because I'd gone specifically to Trekify the Star Wars area.
To boldly go where no one has gone before, my friend. That was
I find it
in Star Wars. I'll have to do like a full officer's uniform in front of the Millennium
Well,
Falcon.
you do know they're getting rid of, they're redoing it, and they're going to put the classic characters in it this next time, right?
I know that's some pretty good
even
costumes.
better. I'll get to go in Starfleet uniform and meet Han Solo. That's even better.
Well, Galaxy's Edge has been such a bloody disaster that they're like totally redoing it. I heard.
Yeah.
And who's
Motherland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there probably before all this stuff started, and it was just kind of depressing because you were like, where are the original characters? Or at least if they had, some of the old and some of the new, but there was nothing old, and you were just walking around in one ride, and it was really a bummer. I mean, so Ash, you're probably the best thing there in your Star Trek uniform.
So now we know when we see on Friday Night Tights or any of the other streams that go, "Where's the trigger?" We know Ash is the trigger.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, walking through the Disney area, walking through the Disney area with the Trek shirt, I did get a few odd looks. What I should do is I should walk through the Star Wars land.
Ash, you need some of these. I did these on my 3D printer. So
the Lego.
Lego.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
what 3D printer have you got?
We need a Lego set. That's what we need.
I got the Artillery X1, but you can download the files on Thingiverse.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that a filament or resin?
It's filament, yep. So I just bought all the different colors, and I said, well, that's a good.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just buy the different colors. You can paint it, but it's easier to do it with the colors.
That's awesome.
I just sanded my fingerprints off doing a pulse rifle recently.
And then this is one of my other favorite props too, is the tricorder.
Oh wow!
I need one of those for my.
I've got to build my DS9 one sometime. Got to do it.
I think the batteries are out right now, but
that is amazing.
Then it opens up. Now, guys,
dude, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's a really good prop. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was gonna say real quick, the Wand Company is making one that's super realistic, and you can get on the waiting list. I think it's going to be about $250, but I mean, this looks pretty cool too. But I'm on the waiting list for that one. Don't tell me.
Yeah. Wow.
Retro. He's like you are.
Bad as I am. Yeah.
Because we have called when we're at Retro, when we're talking, we're like, you better not tell Sam about that. She's not going to want to know. Yeah.
Well, my wife encourages it because she buys purses and shoes. So she has no ground to stand on when I'm like, oh, sweetheart, I bought this Star Trek prop. She's like, well, how much was that? Oh, I don't know, $400. She's like, well, I just bought a new purse that was like twice that. So I'm okay.
Touche.
I spend too much on shoes as well. I spend too much on shoes as well.
Yeah,
so I can relate.
Well, I think it's those heels, right, Retro Dickie? It's the heels that
definitely.
are. And just 7
put
days,
an eye out.
I can make you a man.
What I used to do when I go to the comic book store every week or every couple of weeks, now I'm getting real trouble. I pay like half cash, half credit card. So I want to know what are you spending on the
They don't let you do that in the UK. I get angry if you try and do that in health shops.
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah.
Furious.
Period.
It's
No.
actually a pretty good idea, though. That's pretty.
One payment only.
Be covert. That's right. Covert operations, a la Mark D with a C.
Yeah,
he got some Mission Impossible. He's like dun 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 dun. You hear it? He's got, and then he pussed out with the communicator. He's like, "We've landed here. I'm only gonna pay one payment and the rest with the credit card." Mission Impossible. Puts it down.
Yeah, you're only spending $20 a month on comics. I see. You're $20 a week. Yeah.
Sweetheart, my comic order this month, they were on sale.
Yeah.
They're half the cover price.
No, dear, I don't know how those other 20 comics came from. I do not know.
They were in the dollar bin, sweetheart. They were in the dollar bins, and he gave me half off, so they were like 50 cents a piece. So
But then you get, how much are they worth now? Can we sell them?
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's funny you should say that, because I've been on comic auctions and stuff for years, and I usually I sign up every week and I go and check it out and I see if there's anything interesting. Well, just a few short years ago, the comics were reasonable. You could get some great Spider-Man, some great Fantastic Four, Avengers, Justice League, whatever, right? Some great old Silver Age stuff, relatively cheap. But lately, I don't even bid anymore, because you get a comic that's maybe fine, like VG level, good, maybe fine if you're lucky, and you're paying 10 times more than you would have paid even 2 or 3 years ago. It's just ridiculous, the prices.
Well, the reason why everything's going up so much is because they're barely making any decent comic nowadays. Yeah. So all the good stuff is do not get rid of any of your comics. They are going to skyrocket right now.
Well, to be honest, the comics that I bought, the complete run of West Coast Avengers, I got that at an excellent time when I did, because issue 45, which was the White Vision, first appearance of the White Vision, I bought those comics towards the start of WandaVision. We didn't know about the White Vision appearing in WandaVision at the end of the show. Spoilers if you haven't seen it.
Lord.
Yep.
I hate to do this. Can you go out? So
No. I'll jump.
No. Okay, retro will go out.
Well, I should get going pretty soon anyway, because I got to jump on Jake D's channel.
Yeah, because I know you got to do something. That's the reason why I said, because is in here.
Oh,
Retro,
no, I have no problem.
Retro, you stay. If Nick comes, then I'll rotate you out, Retro, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Because Nick might want to come too, so.
Yeah, okay. No problem.
Cool.
I swear when I get Streamlabs paid for it, we can all be on together, so I'm like...
You got to do Mr. Brown and ask your audience to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm like, hey!
Hail, Mr. Brown. That was good. That was a great idea.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment.
Do you want to promote anything, brother?
Well, no, I just check out Clobbering Time, since we're talking about Star Trek now. Saturday night with Raquel Briggs. They were on earlier tonight. That's a great show. Raquel knows her stuff. Clobby is great with his opinions and stuff. The chat is hopping. Mark D with a C is usually there. Well, most of you guys actually are usually there.
Yeah.
And we have some laughs. I'm the hardest marker for the next 3 centuries, right up to the 24th century.
2 A's last night, though.
Yeah, there was 2 A's last night, and there's one coming up that's a guilty pleasure that I should probably rate as a D, but I happen to really, really love it. It's one of the first episodes that I can ever remember watching with my uncle, lunchtime, and I'm a young kid We'd every Saturday back in Nova Scotia, Canada, we'd sit in front of the TV. He'd cook fish and chips, and we'd sit there. And my late uncle, he's gone now, a great man. He made me quite a bit of the man that I am. He's not much older than me because my father was the oldest and had me really young. So that's why that memory is so much important. So that episode is coming up here next week. So I'm looking forward to that one. And yeah, there's some great Star Trek stuff there. Happy birthday to William Shatner. It's great Canadian actor.
Yeah.
Brother, like always, we will bring you back on. Like I said, any of you guys are welcome anytime. It's just I gotta keep rotating people out so people can have time on. So
no, I appreciate that, Jed. I appreciate the invite. I'm always available to chat if you want me on to give my thoughts and opinions and impressions, man. You got a great channel here. You're building it up. Pretty soon we're going to be saying 100 subscribers, then 1,000 subscribers.
I hope so.
Then we'll
Did you like the Robert Meyer Burnett stuff? That was awesome.
I'm actually I'm a member on his channel. I'm we do Zoom calls. Robert Meyer Burnett is a great resource.
The thing that floored me, and he goes, I want to come back. I want to do more. I was like, yeah.
Well, he loves this stuff. And you want to get him on a rant for about 15-20 minutes, just talk to him about Discovery, and he'll just go and go.
Maybe a show.
We're gonna do that. So thank you. Lord, thank you for coming on, brother. I gotta bring Pedro in because he's waiting in the backstage.
No problem.
Thank you very much, brother.
Guys. Thanks a lot.
Awesome.
Good to talk to
you. Brilliant. Cheers, dude.
Okay, let's see.
He's in the chat. I put all the Lord Foster.
And there he is. There's Pedro. What's up, brother?
Hey, my Paulo, not Pedro. Damn it.
Sorry.
You know what? I have been said Pedro so many times. It's like the most common name you can think about, starting with P for a Latino. So it's all okay. Trust me.
Oh, I go through so many names in a day when we do streams and stuff. So sometimes it comes out bad. I don't mean to, brother.
You know.
So hey, what is your favorite Star Trek episode with Shatner and stuff, or the movies, or what
out of the gate? Okay, out of the gate, my favorite episode is Who Mourns for Adonais. If I can, I have this memorized. I love this scene. So can I?
Go ahead.
Give me your hand. Your hand. Now feel that. Human flesh against human flesh. We are the same. We share the same history, the same heritage, the same lives. We are tied together beyond any time. That's how you do it, Lieutenant. By remembering who and what you... sorry, I butchered it.
No, it's pretty good.
That's really pretty good, dude. It's awesome.
Beyond any time. Man, sorry, I'm getting back. Man or woman, it makes no difference. We're the same. Damn it. Never come to a podcast when you are overworked, stressed. And you know what? My dogs have been a mess today. I don't know why. I don't know fucking why. Sorry about the F-bomb.
Sorry it was random, but I knew you probably would want to come on, so that's the reason why.
If you told me I will be on the same stream, even on different times as Meyer Burnett, I will be amazed.
Yeah, dude, we were full up. Yeah. Like there were so many people that wanted to be on that stream, and I had to pick. It was hard. So I had to bring Mike. I had to bring Raquel in. Ash had to be here, and I had to be here, and then we were full up. So because I can't pay for StreamYards yet. So if I would have been able to pay for it, dude, it would have been packed. There would have been 10 people in here.
It's the only reason I'm not doing collaborative streams, because there's a bunch of shit you can do on OBS. Even though OBS is shit, you can do a lot of good stuff in there that you cannot do on StreamYards.
If you have a decent working computer though. So I'm having to do my phone and tablet. So.
By the way, I'm trying. At this point, I'm out of options. I have been trying to get a GPU. My GPU is dying. I fixed it
What have you got
using
now?
a soldering iron and a donor board, and right now is giving me a lot of shit. But this is the thing. One, economic reasons. We all know that.
Yeah,
And
we all know
secondly,
that one.
Certainly that one. Yeah.
worldwide, getting a GPU is impossible right now.
Yeah.
Because
One of the
everybody's
few ones,
farming, coins and stuff
Bitcoin,
too.
yeah.
So
No, it is not only about that. A lot of
It's the actual parts for them.
Yeah, a lot of the chips are
chips.
going for the automobile industry.
Yeah,
because
cars were shut down for a while. They couldn't get chips for the cars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They had to shut down, so a lot of the production is now on cars, and GPUs are not available anywhere. So yeah, I have been trying to get one.
Not even
do
the
some
20
work,
series.
anything.
Not
Any
even the
series,
20 series cards.
every series is gone right now, dude.
dude.
Yeah.
Any series is okay for me. I have 750. Nvidia is from 2012.
Right. Okay.
Dude, I have something older than that.
Yeah,
I feel bad now because I have a big beefy rig.
I'm running
Oh,
on
that's
1060
awesome.
GTX at the moment.
Yeah, I got the 1080.
Hey,
got
if anyone has 1080 or something like that used that is willing to sell or is willing to negotiate for, I don't know, a web page or anything, please let me know.
Where on the dotted line did you have to sell yourself for that 1080? Yeah.
Yes.
I've got 2070.
Nice.
Would you be willing to trade?
No, sorry. My PC is 2 years old, and I'd been saving up for a long time before that. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to save up for a long time. I'm going to build up a very expensive, big gaming rig that I can use for at least 5 years plus.
Yeah.
It's going to last me a long time, and all I'll have to do is literally just take it apart to clean it, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's what I've done with this one.
Yeah, so
I
I'm running
basically built it so it lasts at least 10 plus years.
Yeah. So the specs I'm running is an EVGA 2070, 32 gigs RAM, 8700K. I'm running an H150i Pro AIO. So it's pretty beefed up. I've got a 2 terabyte HDD, but a 500 gig NVMe SSD for the boot drive. I custom built it myself and everything, and built it all, and I designed it to be built and used for 5+ years, because even though there's a more demand in modern games, it's still a ray tracing card. It can still keep up with a lot of the modern games. So I designed it to be future proof for a long time, and plus hopefully when the coup calms down, touch wood, production can start gearing up again, and chips can get out. We'll get more GPUs. Hopefully we can get more just games consoles as well, because
the game Xbox console,
I was so lucky to get a PS5 because I got it the day it came out, but when I purchased it, all the listings weren't even on the website yet. They were adding them to the website as I purchased. I was so lucky when I got
lucky.
mine. Yeah. Like I saw one listing and I was like, I don't care, I'm getting it, I'm ordering it, and luckily I got it. I went back to look at the website, and then there were other listings with different product packages and things like that for it, and I was like, you know what, I don't care, I've got it now. Like that's me sorted. But I really want a Series X as well, because I've never had an Xbox before, so he was
gonna do it so we can all play together. So
yeah,
I was lucky to snag that for Christmas. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because here's the
really
thing, and I don't know if the guys want to know about this. Me and Ash are gonna try to do a video game thing too. So we're gonna play shit on stream that a lot of people have seen or something, and try to do a marathon or.
Should we give them an idea, or we're gonna keep it quiet for now?
Oh, I just I didn't give them everything. We haven't said everything, but yeah, me and Ash are going to do video game stuff too.
Yeah.
So
I have seen this as only to try. If anyone knows exactly how to do this, you can set up two N64 emulators, so you can change who's controlling online.
Yeah.
The main controller, so you can have multiple people trying to control Link on Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and that for me will be a key. Just think about it. You are in mid boss fight, change controls. What are we doing now? What that will be so hilarious with us. At least his reactions will be priceless.
Oh, they do that on Twitch too. They have it where you can they did that with GTA and a bunch of other games where the chat just controls it by commands in chat.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, but it's like a hellscape because every second there's like somebody goes left, right, left, right, and then it just doesn't go anywhere.
There was this Pokemon played by Twitch that lasted almost 2 weeks, had a bunch of crap happening. It was Pokemon Blue.
Oh.
And people were 24/7 giving any random instruction. It was amazing.
Oh
it was at one point, but then at one point the chat said fuck it, and everybody wanted to work together so they could beat the game, and they actually beat the game just by chat alone.
Wow. Oh, wow.
By putting commands in. So, it was the first week or two, it was like everybody let's fuck around. So everybody was putting left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down. Hey, put that button. And then it was pure chaos for like 2 weeks. And then after the 2 weeks, we were like, okay, let's play the game now, guys.
That sounds like one of those old adventure games. I'm kind of old, so adventure and turn left or go right, or you type in the commands like what can I see? And then if anyone remembers, then King's Quest was one of the first 3D games.
How is it we haven't got a decent Star Trek game where we all can be part of the crew? Each and every single one.
Star Trek Bridge Crew.
Yeah,
Star Trek Bridge Crew.
I've got that one.
So where there's like a bunch of people
one
in
is
VR.
That's on VR, right?
VR.
Oh, are you on about like a regular game?
A regular game, because VR is, the amount of units existing on the market, it is not viable for everyone. But if you get it on PC or on the PS4 or whatever, you have at least 100 million units to sell. So but my point is this: having that and having a stream of people playing that, and actual other. I don't know, maybe it is a versus game and you have the other team in another stream and you have people in the chat messing around, getting you bad directions or something.
There's always those guys that are always in the chat. It never fails.
Well, I enjoy playing Sea of Thieves. That's why I have this avatar too. And that'd be awesome, like if you had like a starship.
Mighty.
Oh, it's a great game. I mean, it's an awesome co-op game. I mean,
when it first came out, it was a bit of a rocky start, and then as more updates came out, it got better and better. So.
Oh yeah, dude, Ash, we should once you get your Xbox, maybe Mark, you play Sea of Thieves on the Xbox.
Play Sea of Thieves. Yep, Xbox.
Okay,
and PC, Yep. Love
dude,
to play, Yep.
Me, you, and him should hook up and do
is Sea of Thieves crossplay?
It's crossplay, which is so cool about it.
Okay, if I get Game Pass on PC, then we might be able to play it that way.
If I get GPU,
that's if it's available on Game Pass PC.
It is on Game Pass PC, and it's also once in a while goes on sale for $20 too. So
so I'm literally waiting for the next time it goes on sale to buy it. So.
And the great thing about it's co-op, so like if you're just hanging out with some friends or you just meet people. And you're all tackling the ship together. So one person is driving, one person's shooting, one person's boarding.
Yeah, so repairing the ship down below, getting the water out.
Yeah, it's almost like if they did that kind of thing with the starship, that would be really awesome. One person's in the engine room, one person's
and you can go into a Romulan ship, or you can go into even the Doomsday Machine, just as a final Easter egg. You can control the Doomsday Machine. You can only turn the ship around, and you have to chase the other ships.
That'd be fun.
Well, Sea of Thieves
So-
is on sale right now. Sorry to cut in.
Yeah,
So
that
50%.
dude, that will be amazing. Can you think about it just for a second? You have 5 people controlling the
Starship.
Enterprise and a starship, human starship, Terran starship, not even Federation, Terran starship. We know that the Federation has a lot of Klingons now, a lot of different races, and the ships are quite different now.
Well,
Or-
you could do something similar with that with Star Trek Online. If you have a bunch of controller plugins, you could probably set up a bunch of different accounts. One's playing a Federation, like a regular US.
Think about
Earth
this.
starship and stuff.
You have one ship on the Federation side, other ship on the Romulan side, or maybe mirror universe, whatever. And you, at one point, get the Doomsday Machine just appear from nowhere. You can kill each other, or you can try to stop the Doomsday Machine. That
Has
will
anyone
be a
played,
start.
sorry, Pablo. Has anyone played Pulsar Lost Colony? Because that's very Star Trek-esque.
Nah, I haven't
Nope.
played that
Steam.
yet.
That's someone got me into
game.
that. Pulsar Lost Colony. It's on Steam. It's quite Star Trek-esque in a way. It's it's very much different crew doing different jobs. It might be worth a play. Get together on.
Got some good ratings. I'm looking online.
Yeah, got it ages ago. Didn't realize a multiplayer game. There's no single player campaign. Because I'm a bit like Ben Yahtzee Croshaw. I only like good single player campaign.
What was that game that Derek smarted years ago? Battle Station AD. The game that never came out. Then it came out, and then it was all like controversy. It was supposed to be like a Star Trek game.
It
like
bombed when it came out. Yeah.
What was the name of that?
Yeah, I wish they released Bridge Commander 2, but I think Bridge Crew is the nearest one we're going to get.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a 2.
Oh, it was Battle Cruiser 3000. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was a big fiasco over that game. Yeah.
By the way, is my imagination, or there was actually a Star Trek game for the Nintendo system, the original Nintendo system?
Yes,
the
original
NES.
series game. Yeah, original series game. And a next generation, a cut down next generation.
Yeah, they had a next gen game and an original one too.
Yeah, the original
I need
character
to play that on
cool.
emulation.
Yeah. You get to play a load of original series stories, and the graphics look a little bit Beavis and Butthead in correct places. It looks kind of cool. Like Captain Kirk was like Beavis and Butthead, because my Butthead is really cool.
He's like, Spock.
Live long and prosper.
No, you know what phrase will be hilarious done well? And in the motion picture, you have this scene where Kirk is trying to convince Bones to stay on the ship, because he actually you get the context for that on the 5th movie. He was just out of euthanizing his father. That's why he doesn't want to go back into the Enterprise. And he is with the beard, he is with the disco pants. He looks just amazing. And Kirk goes, Bones, I need you. Badly. That phrase, you could do a lot of shit. I'm wondering why no one has ever tried to do that.
Yeah. That's good seeing it.
One of my favorite Star Trek games is the 25th anniversary. That was a really good
one
on PC.
Yes. I got a Windows ME machine that can still just about run it.
1992. I'm just looking it up. Yeah, so it's
Judgment Rise was a sequel. Yeah,
they need to do like an updated version of that so they can play it, because it's hard. You can hardly play it now. So
yeah, it was a GOG's been releasing some updates to some old games, and Steam's had some, or so unless unfortunately Star Trek's not as popular as it once was, so they might not redo some of those old games. But yeah, I think the first game I played with Star Trek was like that game. It was the number pad you would press. It was like like a DOS game. You just go up and down. You could warp in and out.
Oh yes, that was the Final Frontier, wasn't it? It was really bad.
It was really bad, but it was, and then
It was really bad.
And then they had a Simon and Schuster game. It was like a text adventure, Kobayashi Alternative, and
Yeah, that's the one. It
really
started
old,
5. Yeah.
yeah, it's really old stuff. But
Oh god,
text
yeah.
adventure,
Hey,
but it's all
have
you
you
could
ever
get.
played Surgeon Simulator?
I
Surgeon
have.
Simulator?
I
Yeah.
played it in
Yeah.
VR.
A McCoy expansion where you don't use
Oh, that would be great.
you don't use tools, you don't use shit. You just we lost the guest, the host.
We lost Jed. It's all right. I'm second in command, so
Okay.
You got me until Jed comes back.
Well, Mr. Spock.
What I was thinking was
It's a
like,
mutiny.
maybe a Star Trek themed Surgeon Simulator in VR, but with the holographic doctor guy from Voyager.
Picardo, Robert Picardo.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the one.
Doctor.
Yeah,
He was
the
awesome
doctor.
character.
So
Yeah.
if you have him talking to you, it's telling you what you need to do, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
you're as like a sick bay intern, and you're operating on a patient, and he's telling you what to do, and you got loads of prompts and things like that, but you're in like an actual starship sick bay, and that would just be so cool.
And you can actually go toward different species. The
Yeah,
bosses will be taking care of some dignitary that you are taking somewhere in the ship. You know, like you have an ambassador or something, and you take care of the ambassador. You have a time limit. Dude, why are they don't do it?
I know.
Well, Journey to Babel. We just did that last night on Klobby's channel and Raquel.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's the ambassador's dying. Yeah, you have to save him.
It's like all these other places. Like Disney has so much stuff they can make so much money off of. They got Marvel, they got Star Wars. If they did things right.
Yeah, we just saw what they did with the Avengers game. By the way, the Avengers game personnel is going against
the best
us
thing ever.
That game totally tanked, didn't it?
I think Lethal, and Rip are the only ones that play it still. So
was that the one without any content from was it Crystal Dynamics?
Oh, they just put Hawkeye into the game. So
They basically half-assed the game, and they made Spider-Man exclusive to PlayStation.
Yeah.
So there's no good campaigns, or what was? I mean, the graphics.
Well, they put out a roadmap of what they were going to do, and I was like, that's a pretty shitty roadmap.
And they already told that they are not following the roadmap anymore. So
wait, it changed within less than a week that they're not following the roadmap no more?
Yeah, they are in deep economical issues. You know, because the land whale that is going against us doing articles and shit.
Yeah. Heard all about that, yeah.
Dude, she is working for the Avengers game, and she is messing with us from the Star Wars side. What the fuck are you doing there? How did you roll to there? Are you auditioning for Jabba the Hutt?
I know. These people, they just don't know Star Trek, Star Wars, and Doctor Who. They don't know what they've got. It's ridiculous.
Especially
it's all the same, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a platform for activism. It's never been a platform for activism.
Well, I mean, they had social issues, but it wasn't banged over your head. It was, it was an allegory where you could, where we watched, Private Little War last night, or had a discussion on that.
That was the sort of beauty with the original series. I mean, we were discussing with Robert earlier on the stream. Like, I was basically saying, like, I'm watching these for these episodes for the first time, and the stories are timeless because the events can be applied to today's day and age.
There's the final episode of the final season can actually be applied to today.
Yeah,
it is about the Enterprise, and they have these hippies on board, and the hippies are messing around, and every time they try to connect with them, the hippies start to yell and to misbehave. And there's this figure that is the leader of the cult that is actually trying to take the whole Enterprise for himself. But the joke is that they have woke people on board. They have all these woke hippies trying to mess around, and they say exactly the same things that woke people say today, including that reality is not real. And Spock is the one that is. He actually, you can see that he is about to say the equivalent of motherfucker on Vulcan, because he's no, I cannot communicate with these life forms. They don't understand logic. They don't understand even their own language. And then he starts to speak in this version of jive with one of the girls, and he's, I read you.
Well, that's the Way to Eden, the third season.
That's the one.
That's the one you're thinking of. Yep.
Exactly.
So it's episode 20 in the third season. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what's brilliant about Star Trek. So you can take, like one of my favorite episodes is Devil in the Dark, and you can interpret that. It could be just the monster episode, but it can relate to a lot of different things. A lot of different things how you can interpret it, but it's not overt in what it's trying to say. You've got to kind of think and use your mind and interpret it how you want.
And that's the point. It's supposed for you to use your mind. You know, most of science fiction, you get a monster, you kill the monster. Yep. In Star Trek, you get a monster, you negotiate with the monster. You get to some kind of agreement with the monster. That is the Star Trek way. If you see, they almost they have killed 5-6 enemies in the whole series.
Yeah.
And that's because they had no other way to do anything. And in the movies, they avoid killing people actively.
Yeah.
They are in situations where, the only time is
except
Kirk,
for Khan.
except for Kirk
Khan.
abandoning his ship to let it blow up, and Khan.
Yeah.
That's
the Federation is a peacekeeping force. They're not warmongers, and plus they've got where they're at in their progression of civilization. They have no need of conflict, no need of money, no need of greed or any of this sort of stuff. They've gone past that, so that they're at a point where they can. All they really need is peace, because they've got everything. They've got replicators. They've got infinite energy sources, or near infinite energy sources. So there's really no need for them to start conflicts.
And in the original series, they didn't even have the replicator. They were actively searching for planets to get resources. And they get into skirmishes with the Klingons because the Klingons are trying to colonize the same worlds. They are not trying to colonize, they are trying only to make a trade.
Yeah.
So you are in the episode where everyone is a mobster for the Klingons on a whole planet. You can see how they are trying to to get into agreement, even with the enemy. They don't care if they have to get into an agreement with the enemy. They only need that place to be safe.
Well, that was the sad thing about the new Picard series, was they destroyed the Federation, basically. They made the Federation not a force for good. And, I think what was Picard, Raffi, I put myself through and I watched it, and she's,
Also,
down on her luck.
Murphy,
Yeah. So the characters were just all dark and depressing, and it was just really a shame they went that direction with that show. I mean, it's one thing to have a conflict or something that goes wrong or something they have to do, but they were basically indicting the whole Federation as not being worthwhile, and it was really turned a lot of fans off.
I was one episode in and checked out. I was like, I'm done. I ain't playing this. I saw the first episode. I saw it. I was like, oh my bloody god! What? Nope. I ain't doing it. And I just watched Gary and Az's reactions along with the Doomcocks when they saw that piece of crap, and I was like, nope. I'm tapping out on this one, guys. I can't.
He was smart, but the story's not even good. The story's not even good either. I mean, it's even if it's not, it's a combination of the two.
And then now Picard's a cyborg, but it's not Picard, and I was like, because Picard actually died, so They're like, oh,
Okay,
it's still Picard. No, it
I have
isn't.
reasoning for not even caring about Picard. First of all, I saw Next Generation when I was a kid. I never saw the continuations. I never saw the movies. I knew Kirk died in one. I didn't even want to see that. And you know, Kirk didn't even die alone. I know how he dies. He didn't even die alone. That was something that was established. He knew he will die alone. But anyway, then I hear about Picard, and I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I don't even consider it canon for me until the movies. The old Star Trek is canon. Everything else, it is not. Why? Because I know if it's new, it is from the 90s, from the 80s, from points of time where they can milk nostalgia, they will do it. And they will kill everything about it. Right now, if they are reviving Stargate, and they are destroying Stargate.
Oh, it's gonna be trash.
It's something they do. So if you know they are going for something, they are going for the 80s. Even diversity, Star Trek diversity, the search for the new gender. They are avoiding the original series as much as they can. They said this fake Spock, this fake Kirk, this fake everyone, and dude, they are trying to do Pike. Pike, we know how it ends. We saw the menagerie.
Yeah.
Pike goes to that planet and lives happily ever after. That's how it ends. That's everything about it. And that's the only time where we see Spock trying to get himself a court martial. After that, it's like, okay, in diversity, it's like anything from the original series exists is supposed to happen in the future still, but then they go to the future and they destroy all the dilithium. By the way, the dilithium can be regenerated as we saw in the movies, or can be synthesized as we saw in the series.
Well, worse than that, in Discovery, they had a character that figured out how to repair dilithium. And because I put myself through watching every episode of that
Repair.
too. The writers forgot that from their own season a couple years ago. Yeah. So that whole thing didn't make sense. I mean,
then he had it fit and destroyed all the dilithium in the universe. What the hell?
But there was that about? Somehow, yeah. and there were also other ships that used other like the Romulans, excuse me, didn't always use dilithium, and there were other power sources.
Exactly.
Also, what happens if you have not a dilithium, a lithium battery in your cell phone?
Well, mine's exploding right now.
Yeah.
I had to send my phone back.
Because the lithium is only a molecular structure of lithium. That is canon. That is why it's lithium. Two lithium atoms of lithium. That's all. So if you are with your cell phone, will your cell phone blow up because of the burn?
No.
That is a question.
Yeah. The dilithium's only there for focusing the master antimatter stream. It's nothing at all to do with powering the ship.
For the conversion of the antimatter reaction.
Exactly right. Yeah.
How these guys don't get how their ships work? First of all, even in the Next Generation, we saw the core of one of the ships. We saw how it works, and we saw the core of a Romulan ship. We know it is a black hole.
Yeah.
It is different tech.
Timescape that was.
They don't even care about this.
It's just bad writing. That's what it goes down to.
Yeah, Timescape. Yeah.
I mean, there's always little things that you miss, continuity things that, minor stuff. Or like if you're watching Amok Time, Spock is in the background, or Nimoy leaned up and he doesn't know that he's in the scene. It's probably the best blooper on Star Trek. But, those are things you can just excuse. But when it's the writers forget what they've written before, you wonder what the heck are they doing?
They're not real Star Trek fans. They don't have it in their blood. They're just there for a paycheck. That's it. They're not there because of the love of Star Trek. They're there for the paycheck.
Yeah,
That's it.
but the point is, you can be a completely new person to Star Trek. They pay you to make this work. You should be able to do the work they are paying you for.
Exactly.
And if you are writing Picard, if you are writing Star Trek Diversity, those are not jobs you are doing well. No matter if you know or don't know, writing is something basic. You should know when to take out a character out of a scene, when to set up. You know what Chekhov's gun is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to know when to set up that kind of stuff. You need to know if you are using a MacGuffin, where to send the MacGuffin off, because the MacGuffin is only a way to progress the story until you reach a point where the story no longer needs a crutch. So you get rid of the MacGuffin, or you make the MacGuffin something that is so important that the whole story is about it. So the Lord of the Rings is about people taking care of the ring. Everything that happens around is based on that mission. Even Aragorn going to the doors of Mordor in a suicidal battle because he knows he will die. If Frodo fails, there's nothing else. Everybody on Middle Earth dies right there without hesitation. He takes his whole army only because he knows Frodo is still alive and he wants to give him a second to complete the mission. That is a MacGuffin well used.
Yeah.
The Genesis device, from what a lot of people think is the best Star Trek movie, The Wrath of Khan. It's all about that, and everything that happens to the characters is because of the Genesis device, and it's a really tight script and really exciting, and the science makes sense. I mean, you have some disbelief, but it, that whole idea of that device, and I think that was one of the first CGI scenes or computer generated scenes in a movie. I think ILM did it.
Yeah.
And, that was a really cool scene, and just that makes sense. That then when you hear the idea of the burn and then all the dilithium crystals exploded across the universe, it's
nonsense.
How would that work? I mean, they could have come up with a better idea and done the same thing. Something happened to the Federation, or maybe the Borg attacked or something. But it was just such a crazy idea that I thought it didn't work.
No, it didn't work. That's the point. And even the Borg didn't even work properly. They are an imitation of the Cybermen from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And they have been trying to use them in a lot of ways from a lot of time, from the 90s to today. They are trying to get something about the Borg. The Borg are supposed to be impossible to determine. The Borg are this community of a hive mind, every single one connected, every single one sharing exactly the same thoughts, the same rationale. That should be incredibly easy to write, because you have only to write one character. The Borg is one character. They are sharing the same mind. So if you do one character right, you have the mind of every single character, no matter how they look. And these writers don't get that.
No. Got to do their research. They don't do it. They just don't do it.
Would you guys say that Doctor Who, the reboot, is probably, the 2005 is probably the best reboot there is? Or, I mean, it's kind of a continuation.
It was until they destroyed
it. I don't
count.
Not counting that 11. One, but I mean, sorry. I should have clarified.
So
but I think when you look at it, we got some spectacular episodes. I mean, I grew up watching Tom Baker in the old series, but in Next Generation we had some great episodes too. But I think Doctor Who, as much as I love Star Trek, had some really phenomenal episodes in those new series.
Yep. And dude, Doctor Who was a waste, such a waste of potential with Capaldi.
Oh, I know.
The moment he got into scene, he was amazing. He was just bloody amazing.
Yeah.
He needed better writing.
Yep.
He was this generation's Tom Baker, literally.
Yeah.
And he loved the show.
And nobody gave him that respect except for the fans.
Yeah.
You know?
They set him up with Clara for a bunch of shit. Then they killed Clara, and then they gave him
Bill. Ugh.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, can I say I have Asperger's? Can I say I feel offended in behalf of every single other person with any kind of autism for the writing of that show? They don't even know how an autistic person could act in such a situation. Well, I can assure you, every single one of these writers gotta be autistic in one way or another.
Yeah.
How does they don't even know how they will act in that situation? I don't know.
I think everybody on Chipmill's staff has some form of it. And like, you know what I'm saying? The crap they come up with.
Yeah, but that is not autism. That is retardation.
Yeah.
Like the first
Just
episode with
summed it up.
Clara was actually good, but that was a totally different character.
It was another Clara, and
when she was inside a, you find out she's a Dalek man. That was a fantastic episode.
Yeah, that was.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it was downhill after that.
Yeah, well, they had to drag it out with her. Like, literally, they dragged it out with her. And I'm like, come on.
They're good actors, too. You can't say that they're not good actors. It's if you don't have good writing or good stories. And, even some of Matt Smith's stories I thought weren't, were a little bit up and down as great as he was.
But Matt Smith
but
had
overall, it was also, you say, a couple, even Star Trek, we have alternative factor, we got some clunkers out there too. But the acting is always good and top notch. So you kind of overlook those things.
And Capaldi didn't want to. He wanted to go another 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah.
They literally put their hands on his back and pushed him out the door. Like
that. Shady.
Yeah, I know a lot of people behind the scenes have got kicked as well, and they're not happy about it. One went over to Red Dwarf, a friend of mine. It's just kicked loads of people out. Loads of people have been with the show for like 5-10 years.
And they kicked fans. That's the worst part, because Capaldi is a fan. He's a Uber fan. He was acting bits of Hurnell. He was acting bits even from Smith. He had a bit of Smith in every scene where he was extra happy, he was extra joyous. That was rare, but it was a bit of Smith coming through him. Then you see him angry, real angry, and you see Hurnell there. You see that childish anger that he had.
Yeah.
He was the Doctor. He was a fan of the Doctor, so he knew his doctors. He knew Baker, so he knew if you are trying to make a feat, if you are going to make a scene, you need to do it royally. You need to do it big. And when he is in his rants, he is Baker going ham.
Yeah. And it's just a shame, because I don't know if anybody saw the thing where Capaldi first got on and they did that thing and like, oh yeah, he's the Doctor, and they interviewed him. They brought up they brought up that he sent into the Doctor Who magazine when he was a kid that he wanted to be the Doctor someday. I don't know if anybody saw that when they were doing his interview and everything.
Actually, he spoke about how he was in the fires of Pompeii and such.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And they actually didn't reveal Capaldi because he was. Oh man.
That's my favorite doctor. Well, one of my favorite doctors.
One day I'll have money. I'll buy a lot of Doctor Who toys from. I want that package of every single Doctor until Capaldi, including the War Doctor.
At least that has a better logo there, Mark. On the package.
Well, Retro's got. I don't have that nearly as many Doctor Who things, but Retro's got some awesome ones. But this was one of the ones I really like too. Although
that's cool.
The Doctor's kind of hidden back there in the
That's
Yeah,
nice.
Better Life.
One day I'll
That's a
send you
nice one.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
I love
day.
that one. Yeah.
that's
Those are
One
awesome.
day I shall
Those
come
are the
back.
kind of things you
Yes,
see in a
I shall come
story. You're
back.
like, I can't
Yeah.
leave without buying that.
Oh, that's cool. Great.
See, like
Brilliant.
I didn't mind having, as much as the, Jodie becoming the doctor. At first, I was willing to give it a try. So let me watch it and see what they come
Yeah.
up with.
Yeah.
But they didn't even address, the sex changes part.
No.
It was like,
No.
nothing had happened. At least if they had made it part of the
Yeah.
plot line for a while
Yeah.
and said, what happened, or had some, interesting things. It's just like, I think what was the throw off line, or it said, I'm superior now, or some.
I
I've
had an upgrade.
had an upgrade.
Yeah, upgrade. Yeah, but at least address it as part of the plot. I mean, don't totally.
Look, if you are going with a female doctor, okay, everything is right. You can do it. But the doctor was in love with the TARDIS, and the TARDIS was in love with the doctor.
Yeah.
You need to keep that. You need to keep the childish nature of the doctor. The doctor is the man who runs. You had three different options if you saw the time vortex. You had some that got inspired, some that got mad, and some that just run. The doctor is the one that run.
Yeah.
And he opens doors with this. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
So share we don't have a camera on this piece. I share a custom one I'm currently working on.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Cool.
I got to change the batteries. It's out of dilithium crystals.
I've done the Series 1 Eccleston one sitting right next to me. Almost finished.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Cool. Cool.
I've
But
got
yeah,
the
they
Matt
could
Smith
have made
one
it work.
somewhere.
The Matt Smith one's not. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But there's some great toys, and I guess Retro, you're really into the toys. But
Oh yeah.
are they still coming out with a lot of toys, or is it kind of scarce?
It's just like it's dead in the water in a PD.
Jodie killed it, man.
Yeah.
Chipnell and Jodie killed everything.
Yeah, killed it. The classic stuff still sells if you can get it, but this era, no, just no one's interested.
I want to get it.
It's so bad that they're in the dollar bins now here in America.
Oh,
Nobody wants to buy
Brilliant.
those 4-packs. Nobody wants to buy the 4-packs for $1.
Especially the new ones.
Hey, if you see anything from Smith for $1, get it for
great.
I'll pay you.
I like the small figures because I'm out of room in my room.
Yeah.
It's
Awesome.
nice.
Fourth and seventh. Yeah, brilliant.
But yeah, there was just such fun shows to watch. And and you watch them again, and then I started watching Doctor Who again because of the reboot, the 2000, because of the Jodie episodes had me feeling so bad. I was like, I got to go back and watch some of the reboots, and just like the first episode, Rose, how they handle that whole reintroduction of the Doctor, and then how they handle what did they call the plastic?
The autons.
But the way they handled that was so superior to. I think they had a similar episode with Jodie, but it was just so much better handled than the old
That's
episode.
because the person that actually did it knew what they were doing, and when he was around.
Yodi is one of the mannequins.
I'm still saying that Capoli's still a doctor somewhere, and then that's the master. Jodie's actually the master.
Yeah.
No, Jodie for me will be the Ballard, and there's reason.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually do this. You get a moment. You saw on the special that they had a male companion on the TARDIS. He gets to Jodie and tells her, "You know what? It's time to save the Doctor." You go into a quest, save Capaldi, that is prisoner somewhere, and in the end, this guy touches the shoulder of Jodie and tells her, "You were never the Doctor."
Yeah.
Oh, here's
I am the Doctor.
I heard that.
And you see Capaldi transforming, regenerating into this guy, while you see a bit of him escaping. That is Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah.
And you set up the Ballard, you set up her as the evil, and why the Master showed her all the shit that he showed her because he wanted her to become angry to seek her regenerations. So you will have retroactively how the Valiant gets the idea to go back and try to take his regenerations from the Doctor on the old series.
How do you retrocon Timeless Children, though? How do you, I mean, smart writing.
Because
you just say the master lied. The master lied.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lie. So he gets the
lies.
Valiant to go back and try to take the regenerations from the Time Lords, and his fixation is on the Doctor.
Or what you can say is it was all in a parallel universe. She's a parallel Doctor.
Yep.
And that's who turns.
No, I
into the
don't
Valiant.
want
She turns
her
into
to
the
be.
Valiant.
I don't want her to have the mantle of the Doctor. If you are going to show her as part of the Doctor, she is an evil presence. She needs to go to the Valiant
because she's not even a Time Lord. I mean, they've wrecked the whole. They've wrecked the whole series. It'd be like, you know, if you find out Captain Kirk was, you know, a police officer and not a you know, a starship captain the whole time.
Cop, yeah.
Yeah.
No. You get to the final episode of the series.
He becomes T.J. Hooker.
Spock reaches to him and tells Kirk, "You know what, Captain? No one ever signed your orders to promotion, so I'm the captain now. Look at me, I'm the captain now."
Gets arrested by Starfleet security. This is an imposter.
But that's what's so bad about the new series. It's just they've wrecked the whole, and that's why we don't. You know, a lot of people don't like, you know, Return of the Jedi, and it's just not Return. I'm mixing up my movies, but
come on, Return of the Jedi.
I can't even say the name. It's so bad.
Can we say that STD, the new Star Wars, the new Doctor Who, everything happens in the same dimension, in a separate dimension where every single retarded people started to think about how they will do a mashup between Star Trek, Star Wars, and Doctor Who.
Dude,
and nothing really happened.
I'm gonna have to jump out just when the chat's getting interesting as well. Okay, guys.
Thank you. This is what do you see? This used to be with the old cell phones when back they would actually rotate. It would rotate and turn on. So
that's awesome, guys.
See you,
Retro. Guys. I'm gonna have to jump out. You
Later,
all take care, guys.
The miss is going great after.
Yeah, that's it. Frying pan time. Okay, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Okay, talk to you later, brother.
Oh, here it's working now.
Oh man, you know, the only time when we had something Doctor Who here, because we don't have that much of merch, we got the TARDIS for $500.
Wow.
That is the only thing, and a couple of mugs of the TARDIS. That's the only things that I have seen here of Doctor Who. So my dream was to wait until I have enough money, if I ever have, to go to the United States or go to the UK and get a bunch of toys. Instead of that, what I got is a reason not to get anything.
Yeah, eBay's your friend at the moment. That's the only place you can find anything.
Yep.
Yeah, it is simple. I go to the UK. Hey, do you have anything from Doctor Who? Ah, the show that slapped us on the face? No, I don't have anything. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Food Planet doesn't have anything in the UK now. That's the biggest mega store on science fiction and fantasy merchandise.
Wow,
merchandise. They have hardly anything. Their Star Trek shelf back in 2016, 2017 was terrible as well.
That's sad. When we think Doctor Who, you think Great Britain. I mean, it's just and they should be selling a ton of merchandise. And I think McFarlane canceled some of their Star Trek line now. Didn't sell well, so they had a really cool Captain Kirk figure and a Captain Picard figure. And then when the toys don't sell, same thing happened with Enterprise. Although I appreciate the show a lot more, you know, they canceled a lot of the lines they had for the toy lines for Enterprise, and you know, if it doesn't sell, they're not going to produce it.
If I don't get an Enterprise A one day, I will be sure to go to every single of these motherfuckers to slap them in the face with a cock. Not mine. I will get somebody else's cock.
Are you looking for a model, or are you looking for the Playmates toy? What are you looking for?
Yeah.
That depends. Does the model holds up?
Well, no, because you could build a model yourself, but then
yeah, but
there's all the Diamond Select has some
like
beautiful
the Millennium Falcon that after you have fully assembled it, it will fall apart.
Well, I've got some nice ones. Of course, Enterprise. I've got so many starships. I think I have like 30 of the Playmates models, and it was Diamond Select, and I have them all over the house. And then my wife finally said, "You've got too many out in the family room. They've got to go."
He's like,
"They got to go somewhere.
Send those into your room."
They would always pop up in places. So, but
if you need them to be somewhere, they can always be in my room.
Good thought. Yep, I could beam them right over. Well, the problem is, you have a lot of friends that would send you stuff, but then the shipping is so expensive.
It's insane at the moment. I just got caught for shipping on a video game. Game.
I only have one thing good about my best friend being in the United States, that I can get stuff from Amazon, from everywhere, send it to him so he can bring it when he comes to Ecuador. The issue, I had 3 lightsabers bought 5 years ago when Star Wars was cool, and I only have one on Ecuador right now because my friend has taken his damn time to bring everything that I have bought to Ecuador. But it is there. I know it is there. I know he is not selling it online, thankfully. But it is not here. That's the problem.
It's not easy to get that stuff. Yeah. Well, Eagle Moss has a new series that's out now too. You can buy those. They're not cheap. They're pretty nice. I don't think those light up. Do those guys, or the Eagle Moss ones? I think they're just
I don't think they light up.
I can make it.
Yeah,
I have worked with electronics all my life.
Yeah.
I mean,
you the diagrams. I'll send you the diagrams for electronics, and you just whack them together in 10 minutes, and then you get all the flashing nav lights.
Yeah,
I mean, I even have a Star Trek pizza cutter that my sister got me from here. So I got Star Trek everywhere.
It is the one that is the Enterprise, and the handle is the
cells. Yep.
Yeah.
And the dish is the cutter. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I love that one. Yeah. So I have that up I 3D printed a stand for it. Someone designed. So I have that up in my kitchen.
Dude, that's awesome.
But I'm looking online to see what they have for starships on Amazon. It's mostly the Eagle Moss. Oh, Diamond Select Enterprise. Wow, $169.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's because it's out of print, I guess, or it's old.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff's out of print. You can't pick it up no more. So
still got the Polar Light stuff though. If you look around.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polar. I have a couple of those kits. Those are really. I haven't built them yet, but they're really nice. Yeah. Those are good.
I like their new scale though. 1/1000th scale. It's a really nice scale. I wish they'd just scale the CD and E up with them, but they're just not doing it.
Oh, they're not going to do that. They're not going to scale it up. There's no way in hell they're doing that.
Everyone's got 1/1000 Enterprise D is Eagle Moss now. They do build the Enterprise kit.
Oh.
Yep, I saw that. Yep. And I have some of the 1/350th scale ships. I bought the Enterprise. And the Klingon D7, I bought that. Those are really
I know this is going to annoy Pablo. I got the Enterprise A with the shuttle bay. The Enterprise A shuttle bay.
Oh,
yeah.
I want it.
God rest his soul. What is it? Don Mathis sold it to me. He passed away about a year or two ago. DLM Don. Oh, you get some good parts from him. Good custom parts.
Was he building models to sell, or because some people?
Yeah, he had a website. He used to sell all the lighting parts and everything.
Yeah. There's some gorgeous models on there. Not cheap, but it's worth. They're artists. I mean, the people who make things like that, so it's worth every penny. But there's some beautiful stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some amazing kits.
Built the Enterprise A. I'm never going to build anything that large again. And I've got the what is it? The HMS Bounty from Star Trek 3 as well. On a diorama.
Well, years ago, I built the Enterprise from Star Trek 4 or 5. They're all basically the same kit. Yeah, and I painted before they had the decals. I painted each little tile a different color. I mixed all the paint. I spent hours and hours, and I had it in my basement, and the cord, had broken, so I had it like on below one of those halogen lights, and I didn't pay attention. It melted.
Oh my god!
It was the worst ever. Yeah, I was so mad because I'd done so much work, and I just had it up there like a safe spot to fix. And I forgot, those, they don't sell those anymore, because they cause so many fires. I'm
yeah,
like,
it's like the easy bake ovens now.
Yep.
They don't sell them anymore because they cause fires. So
yeah,
you have those certain type of lights in there, and they'll just melt through shit.
Yeah, it melted my Enterprise. I was not happy. Yeah,
and I bet you couldn't get it back, right?
Well, it was just more I could buy the kit, but it was all the hours and hours spent painting it.
Yeah,
so that was there's a lot worse things can happen, but that was it was just a depressing depressing thing. Yeah,
I got to build my Star Trek 3 Enterprise. I got the 537 conversion kit for the battle. The destroyed one at the end of Search for Spock.
Okay,
the completely destroyed one. Yeah.
Yep. Is there any way to get a Bird of Prey? I mean, a real Bird of Prey.
I have a couple of those. Yeah, the Diamond Select has one on Amazon. It's a pretty recent toy. It's I'm looking at it's on $45 right now for Amazon. That's a really cool one. So you press the tail fin, and then it has all the quotes from the series. And the new toys really have a lot of effects and lights and phrases. The old ones only had like 2 or 3.
I think you still got the Polar Lights version as well, 1/350th scale. So we want the 90-meter long one.
Oh, that's nice.
I had one. Was it in the late when Star Trek 2 came out? That one that it was a model. The wings would go back and forth. You could change them back and forth. Super old, but then it broke, and I couldn't find it ever again.
One day
I was kind of pissed.
One day I'll get a time machine, and I'll use it only to buy toys.
Yep. Well, it's like
toys, comic books, and video games.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to go to KB Toys all the time, online or in person, and then Toys R Us, and you go to the bargain bin, and you'd wait. So they had yesterday's Enterprise, I think, on sale, and then the for like $5. So I'm like, I only bought one. It's like, what was I thinking? I should have bought, like 5 of them or some, 5 of them or whatever. And then they had the very first Starship. That Seth from Cochrane.
The Phoenix,
the Phoenix, actually. Oh, yeah. So they had like those for like $5. I only bought one. It's like, what? You kick yourself, but and of course I don't think eBay was that big then, or was just starting. Not but like I'd rather like give it to a friend or have one, looking for one. But
that's like kicking myself back in the day when the Masters of the Universe figures went on sale. Now people are paying like at least $60 to $100 for them. I was like, they would sell them at Pick and Save and all these other discount places at one point. Yeah, I'm like, they were really super cheap, and I was like, I want to buy a couple, put them away for later. She's like, my mom was like, nobody ever want these. I was like, you sure?
Well, that's why things are valuable now too. I mean, because everyone. If you take like, that X-Men with Jim Lee that sold, what was it? How many millions of copies?
I have all
That's not
those
worth
covers.
anything. Yeah,
I do. I have every single cover of that.
But if something is rare, or, that's why, comics, I'm a big time comic book collector. I always tell people, ask me, is it worth anything? Well, what's the price on the cover? Like, well, it's a number 1, but it says it's $3.99. I said, well, it's probably not worth anything. If it's 12 cents or less, you might, other than the issue, but yeah.
And you got to wait for at least 30 to 40 years for it to even be worth something.
Unless like it's like the White Vision that Ash.
Oh yeah, like dude, all my West Coast Avengers stuff, and I know Ash is now. Ash is still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, all our West Coast Avengers stuff is raised up in price now because of WandaVision.
Because people want the classic stuff now.
I bought that run at the perfect time. As I was saying
he
earlier,
did because
it was like towards the start of the show, and I purchased the complete run as a full complete 102 issue run.
Oh yeah.
And now just issue number 45 with the White Vision on alone, that's like 40-50 quid.
Yeah.
Just that issue alone. And,
I have
because I've got the complete run.
WandaVision was not even that good, man. Don't waste.
I know, but people going back and actually going people are going back and look at the original stuff, and they're like, "This is better than the show was."
Yeah, that's the point. The comics are excellent, but WandaVision was nothing
No,
to
it wasn't.
actually
It wasn't.
spike prices of anything. If anything,
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I even tell you that Falcon and Bucky, that's going to be virtue signaling up the ass throughout the whole show. You know?
I haven't seen it.
I watched the first episode, and I was just like, "Oh my god!"
The first scene was amazing. I'll give them that. That first.
The first scene of the show was there to suck you in, and then the rest of the show was like, "Hey, white man bad, minorities keep getting down," and I was just like, "Oh, for fuck's sakes! Like, really? This is where we're going?" And then the U.S. agent was there. He's Captain America, but people that read comics like we are like, "That's USA agent." And he went insane at one point, and Cap had to come in and get, the shield and everything back from him. But I don't think Cap. It's gonna be, Falcon. They're gonna be this. You're white. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. I'm taking it. It's mine kind of moment. I'm guaranteeing you. Well,
if it's well written, if they follow the original storyline was really well done.
The original storyline was awesome, where Cap had to come back and get the shield.
But they don't follow that.
They're not going to follow it.
Yeah,
they're just going to put little stupid Easter eggs, and then everybody was like, Mephisto. No, motherfucker didn't show up. Like, why would you put Easter eggs into a show? You know damn well people that actually read the comics are like, okay. And then the person goes, "Well, I didn't think putting the guy that played Quicksilver in the movies would even be a big deal." And then everybody's like freaking out, like, "Really? Are you that?"
I have the reasoning for that, and I will tell you right now. If you have ever been in a set of anything, or you have ever worked with anyone on television in any way, you see the prop makers, the costume makers. Those are real geeks. Those are the people that will know exactly how many things to set in a bird of prey. If you ask anyone outside of that, they will tell you what they see in the drawing, not in the planes. They will see the planes to make it perfect. Then you have the writers, you have the actors. These people don't know shit about anything.
Well, she said she didn't know how to read comics, right? She couldn't go from one panel to the next.
She said she never read any of the comics, and I was just like,
"The hell?
Yeah,
seriously."
I don't understand why they keep hiring people that's never read the source material,
or
like Kathy, or like KK, where she goes, "There's no source material," and there's 40 years of source material. Like,
just
seriously.
throw in the bin, Kathy. Yeah.
The job of a writer right now is only to write what they are asked. It's not about knowing the product. It's not about doing a good job. It's about writing what they are asked. You give the script and they don't even take care of reading it to see if you misspelled something, let alone fucked up the entire continuity, because they don't care.
Yeah,
or
science checkers and everything. Yeah.
Or if you go into something, like getting back to Star Trek, Wrath of Khan, you have Harv Burnett. He never seen Star Trek,
but
he got the job. He went back and he watched every episode of the series to try to come up with an idea, and he came up with, once he saw Space Seed,
but
he really cared about the show and said, "I got to do a good job, and I got to know all the history."
He got the brilliant idea to think what happened with Khan after Kirk led him in that planet, because Kirk, the mindset of Kirk was to come back, the Federation, to come back there 100 years in the future to see what Khan had managed with a planet that was set up to be prosperous. That is the decision that Kirk took in the episode, to let Khan live in a planet that he will actually prosper, but he will die before space travel will be achieved. So maybe the next generations of his breed will be a bit more human than him.
But the great thing was Harv Burnett, Harvey. I'm not sure how you say his name, Harv or Harvey.
Yeah, Harv.
Just Harv. Thanks.
Harv.
Yep.
Harv.
Going back and like watching every episode, it's like, you know, if you had the new Doctor Who writers, how many of them gone back and watched every episode of Doctor Who? I mean,
They're all
not
bloody,
one
what do
of
we
them.
call it,
Not one
writers?
of them.
They're all soap
Not
opera
one.
writers from Doctors
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
so
No.
that's the problem. So even if you don't know the property that well, you try to read the comics, or you read, learn as much as you can. You don't go on an interview and say, I can't read comics and I don't know why these Easter eggs mean anything
Because
to any of the
the work
fans.
is not to read the comic books.
Yeah. But
If I
sad.
can-
That's very sad.
I have seen the time frames. I work actually the girl that received the Pope in my country was my boss before, and I worked with her in a bit of television, in a bit of sheet productions. And every time they needed a writer, they will not hire the best writer. They will hire the cheapest writer.
Yeah.
Why? Because you need all the money to hire a star to guest in the
Yeah.
series, not to be the main staple of the series, because that will be pricey. You need a guest star that gets the views, and everything else is secondary.
Anchorage, Anchorage.
Yeah.
And that is shit, man. That is
Iconography, yeah.
shit.
Sorry, that's iconography. Yeah, you're right. It's iconography. They want icon. Yeah.
So yeah, they will make an appearance of Spock in the middle of the series. That is to make you watch Spock, but you don't get everything from the episode, so you will try to see the entire series. That is the mindset.
Yeah. Anchorage is something they're not doing at the moment, Pablo.
Yeah.
No Anchorage,
No, right.
the original source material at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are hiring the writers in the same way, the cheapest one they can get.
Well, a lot
And
of people
that's the
think
problem.
You get what you pay for. Yeah.
the new series with Pike will have, a lot of people have high hopes for that, but if it's
No.
the same writers,
I
it's
give up,
not
man.
going to be.
I don't like. I have no. It's not Star Trek, and I have no hope for it whatsoever.
I
mean,
know
as-
my Pike tried to slap the ass of his first officer because she was hot.
Yeah,
That is
Mike
the Pike
even-
that
yeah.
I remember.
Yeah,
And I
Mike even said it's not going to be Star Trek too.
Yeah.
He gets.
Well,
If
they'd
you
one
see
they'd
the
one
pilot-
scene that I'll never forget, and that were with Pike, and you guys probably haven't watched it, but
The cage
there was a
or
bomb,
the
there was a
pilot?
photon torpedo that was going to explode on the Enterprise.
Oh, the size of a limousine. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's watching. I mean, it was a noble sacrifice, you could say, but then he's behind a door with a window, and the photon torpedo goes off, and half the Enterprise gets blown away, but he's
Yeah.
okay. It's like, who
I have
wrote
an
this?
idea.
where-
Yeah. I have an idea. Why don't we make the whole ship from the material in that door?
Yeah,
But he survives. You
he
know,
survived.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, nothing happened.
doesn't
I mean,
make bloody sense.
it would have been different if like he had closed like all these doors. Like they wanted to have
Yeah,
a
whatever.
Wrath of Khan scene where he was watching. I can't remember the crew member. The
It was the
female-
Admiral, wasn't
the
it?
Admiral.
The
Thank
Admiral.
you. Her name, but then they wanted to have like a Wrath of Khan death scene again where he could watch her through the door with the glass. But it made absolutely no sense. I mean,
Instead
Yeah.
of that, you wanted for Spock to pass by and Pike go, oof, don't get there.
it was
Yeah.
That was Admiral Badass, wasn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
Admiral Hubris,
Yeah, you
Admiral Badass.
saw a man outside of a bathroom that he just stunk. That's everything.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
That emotional connection with dude, these guys, how they don't get the emotional connection with that, with loss? Have they
Yeah.
never lost anyone, or they didn't even care? Because every single human in the planet has at least one person in his life that is dead.
Yeah.
So
Well, it
how-
was kind of like what Robert was saying earlier at the start of the show when we were all talking about Spock when Spock died, and like there was that emotional connection. You've been around these guys forever. Kirk's been around Spock. They have literally done their whole career. You know what I'm saying? And there was an emotional connection. Robert Meyer Burnett said the first time he's ever cried in the movie theater was during the Wrath of Khan at the end. I was like, I caught. And he said it wasn't because that one point. It was like when Kirk when Shatner had that lump, and he said he was the best human
Yeah.
ever. And he goes, that was the first time he's ever cried in the movie theater.
That was an amazing.
Yeah.
He was.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was the first time I
Human.
cried.
Well, I'd
Oh
mentioned
yeah,
in the-
I did too.
Yeah.
I'd mentioned the chat before. I got to meet Leonard Nimoy on the world premiere of Wrath of Khan.
Wow.
Amazing,
The
man.
situation was I went to a small Catholic school here, and Gary Nardino was the head of Paramount. And one of my friends and classmates was
Wait. What were you doing in a Catholic school?
I was going to school in Catholic school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As a kid, a little kid, yeah. So, so my classmates, so she would bring pictures of the Fonz all the time, Laverne and Shirley, all these actors. I got to find them, all signed, the headshots and publicity shots, and she would bring them in. It was really cool. So the school had a choice between Grease 2 for a fundraiser or Star Trek 2: The Wrath of Khan. So thankfully they picked Star Trek 2: The Wrath of Khan. So it was one of my most vivid memories. My dad picking me up at baseball practice, getting in his van and then going to see the movie. And it was just seeing Leonard Nimoy there was so, I was maybe 10 or 12 years old, and you go up to him and you're like, "Can I have your autograph?" Or you can't even say anything. So one of my friends, there was a whole box of Starlog magazines, I guess. I don't know if it was to give away or not, but my friend David opened it up and gave all our buddies all these copies of the magazine. So then we kept going online. So I had Leonard Nimoy sign that Starlog magazine and sign my tickets. And then the only bad thing was the magazine gave away, spoiler alert, that when the Enterprise gets destroyed in the beginning, that's the Kobayashi Maru test. So I started reading the magazine, so I'd given that away. And at the end, when when Spock dies, I was a big Star Trek fan. I was just crushed. And then they had an auction too of all the I remember they had a phaser, some communicators, artwork, a couple of models, Kirk's belt, Spock's ears, a bunch of. I still have all the auction, the listing, and I'm like, "Dad, I want, can you buy one?" He's like, "That's just, movie junk." And back then it was maybe like $100 or $200.
Yeah.
And I think Spock's ears sold for $2,000. So my friend Kim still has Spock's ears. I said, "Kim, if you ever go to sell Spock's ears, you've got to give me first dibs on those."
Yeah.
But it was just such an unbelievable experience to see that and meet Nimoy and it was and to see it before everyone else. Of course, there was no internet back then really to spoil it. I think some rumors had gotten out, but it was just a phenomenal night. So when we do Star Trek 2, I'll have to post all my memorabilia for that. So after that, I kind of became a Star Trek 2 fanatic. So I think I've bought almost every eBay item there is on Star Trek 2. So I've got the press kit, the script, the you name it. If I see it on eBay. And then one other really funny story. I do computer help and websites and things. So
me too, man. If you want to someday collab, I'm here.
That'd be great. Yeah. So one of the funny thing was someone had asked me for help, and she was an actress. She said, "My name is Laura Banks, and you probably don't know me. I mean, I was in maybe my most famous movie was Wrath of Khan, but you probably don't know that." I said, "Well, Laura, don't take this the wrong way. I hope I still get the job, but I got your picture on my wall in my office." So she came over to my house, we're collaborating, and she's like, "Oh, okay, I can see all your Star Trek stuff." So she signed a few things for me. So she was the navigator in Wrath of Khan. I don't think she had any speaking lines, but it was great to talk to her about how they did it and how they filmed it. And she said, actually, Kirk and Montalban weren't in the same room.
Yeah.
So it was someone else reading the lines off the view screen. So when you think of how well that was acted, someone was just reading those lines and they're reacting to them. But I know I'm going on and on, but I'm
no, it didn't meet till the premiere.
Yeah, and then but then the one other thing she said was amazing was Montalban had been hurt in a horse riding accident, if I recall correctly, and his back was wrecked. So he really, and later in life, he was, ended his life in a wheelchair because of all the physical damage.
Oh.
And so she said what he would do was, he was in such bad pain, but as soon as the director said roll, he just was another person. He pulled his body together and he would get through the scene. And he was just, as a physical actor, we all know the jokes about what was at his real chest, but he got through the scene, you'd never know. And then, after the scene was over, he'd, try to sit down or take a break. But
Actually, when he was sitting in the captain's chair from the ship he stole, you could tell a little bit if you go back and look.
Yeah, that he's in pain, and then
you could tell a little bit.
Yeah,
you could tell the way he was sitting. Sometimes you could tell.
Yep.
So,
but it was a fun. Yeah, it was just such a fun movie and a fun fun experience and that Shatner was just so great in that movie. It was just so good, and then you appreciate it now too when he's confronting as we get older. Like as you said before, we've all had loss, and he's confronting getting older. And God bless him on his 90th birthday. But trying to use reading glasses, and what did he do with his life? And so the movie, it's a science fiction movie, but it asks a lot of great questions, and there's really a lot of thinking parts to that script too. It's not just a submarine battle in space. So I think that's why we all love Star Trek.
Yeah. By the way, did J.J. Abrams never even watch The Wrath of Khan? Because if you see the scene where it is Kirk that dies into the darkness, and it's Spock that yells, "Khan!"
You know who wrote that? Co-wrote that, don't you?
No.
Pablo.
Yep.
That
Unfortunately, I do.
Kurtzman. Yeah, it was Klutzman. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, and Archie was a Star Trek fan who got kicked out.
It is Kirk that yells "Khan," but it is a lot earlier. And then you have Spock dying on the chamber.
Yeah, so it was way before he got woke too. So
and that ending was so telecast. You knew they're going to revive Kirk with the trip. Sorry, with Khan's blood. It was so telecast.
Yeah, and it didn't mean anything either because there was no. I mean, the Star Trek had years and years, all those series, and then these guys had just met, and it was they hadn't developed that friendship yet. Yeah. So it was.
No, the guy that took my job died. Whatever I should do. I know. I'll take my job back.
Yeah.
Just another example of bad writing. But you look at Star Trek, the original series. I mean, you watch it. Doing the rewatch with Claudia and Raquel. It just clicks from the beginning. It's just so well written. Even though the Man Trap, if you watch that first, it's not a great episode. But you go in production order. That those first few episodes, they're just spot on. The acting's great. You feel the characters and how they interact, and it's they caught lightning in the bottle. I mean, everything was just so fantastic that first season to start. So
at that point, McCoy was not important. You didn't have a lot of characters. Chekhov was not there.
Yep. He was
Ahura,
second season.
I think she was there, but she was not important at all.
She was on that spat with Spock, wasn't she? It was just awful.
Yeah. But then they start to change a lot in the series. And when you get to the third season, everybody knows his place. Everybody knows how to act, what to do. They even know the ranks. Even though some ranks have changed between the second and the third season, they know the ranks. And it is not like they are trying to act. They are having conversations in set while the camera is rolling in character. So everybody knew what to do and how to act. That is what is amazing in the movies. The movies are a bunch of friends acting together.
Yeah.
Well, it's believable. Yeah, you believe it. You believe they're friends.
Sulu hated everyone. We knew that.
Yeah.
But you don't know that
in a stage, he was a friend.
But you can't catch that. Yeah. Because we're watching the episode last night with the Roman, the planet where everyone developed like Romans. And boy, is really neat going into Spock saying, your main thing is you're insecure. And you can tell the acting's so phenomenal. You can tell that McCoy is finally, drawn blood, so to speak. And then he ends it. He said, I'm worried about Jim. That we're worried about Jim because Kirk has been taken away. So it's kind of like his, he won't say I'm sorry, but he realized that. You really feel that between the characters.
I messed up.
That it's real.
Yeah, I went far too wild in that discussion. No, I feel bad. I want him back. It is not I want to apologize. It's I want him back. it is a different way of even when you are in character, you should feel the emotions that the characters are feeling in the script at that moment. If you are supposed to be in pain, to be angry, you can see a man like McCoy getting cold-headed, waiting, gathering all his strength, and then making a move. You wouldn't see him going just bashfully into danger without any proper preparation. That is something that Kirk will do. And you have different ways to solve different problems every single time. If you have Spock is hyper logical, so he might be a bit tyrannical. He might be willing to sacrifice a lot of lives. And you saw that when he was willing to sacrifice the entire Enterprise with him on board, because it was the right decision. Kirk is the one that will take a bold decision and try to make a move. And McCoy is the one that will go collected to try to reach something. And is the one that pulls Kirk to the diplomatic ways a lot of the time.
Yeah, bread and circuses.
That's a good. Those are good points, because if you look at one of my favorite episodes is the Galileo 7. So Spock is doing everything by the book logically, but his crewmates keep getting killed, and it's not till the end where he kind of acts like Captain Kirk, using his gut to let that flare off to burn all the plasma fuel. And I think Scotty has some kind of line like that was quite a human gamble, or I'm paraphrasing, but then you see how Spock evolves from being the pure logical, this is by the book, everything you should do, and in the end he kind of goes with his human side, with his gut, kind of like Kirk would, and he saves the day that way. That's why
and he loses everything of that when he dies, and he has to regain his humanity during the next movies. If you see at the end of Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, he is basically again the prototypical Vulcan. He is a computer.
Yeah.
He's got to relearn everything yet.
Yeah.
At what cost, Jim? My soul. Love that line at the end.
Yep.
Well, that's one of the episodes. Uhura's mind actually gets wiped in. That's the episode.
Yeah, she has to relearn, and she only knew Swahili. At the end of the episode, she only knows Swahili, and it is not until the next episode when she is fully speaking English again.
Yeah, Scotty gets killed in that episode, doesn't he?
Yeah, Scotty gets killed. Yep, and I think there was one thing you could say they didn't explain that well. They should have said Uhura lost the memories from the last 10 years or 20, because then that would be a whole new character if she was totally erased. So that was kind of interesting. But we kind of just said maybe she lost some education, but to have your whole
they state that she lost the ability to speak English and some knowledge of her post.
Yeah.
So if
seemed to have gained them back though, so that's good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's if you can regrow full kidneys like in Star Trek 4, you can actually do some brain surgery right there, right now with a pill.
Yeah.
Yep. So Spock's brain. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's why the series is so futuristic.
Spock's brain gets changed to a lot of different places.
I was watching Space 1999 the other day, a couple episodes, and they have typewriters in it. They have old TV.
Yeah.
And they're trying to be futuristic, and for the most part, I think they did it was a cool series. They did a good job. But if you look at Star Trek, they had desktop computers, although they had lights on them. But you'd never see something like a typewriter or an old-fashioned telephone, or it was so well designed.
On the Menagerie, it is on the Menagerie Part 1, when they are receiving a communication from the planet, and Kirk goes, no, it is Spock that goes, this is a kind of ancient forgotten communication type. Our ancestors called it video.
Yep.
And they turn the screen and you see the feed of video and you go, how do they... Okay, video is no longer existent. you can get whatever information you need from the lights on the panel, or the computer will tell you directly as audio backup.
Oh, come on. They called them
Feedback.
lithium crystals originally.
Yeah.
Why it's called dilithium crystals.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's
that fun scene in Star Trek
They
4.
should know
Scotty's
that
trying
this
to
lithium.
trying to do.
lithium is on-
Scotty's
Oh.
trying to enter the transparent aluminum formula into
yeah,
the Mac, and
And
he starts talking to the computer, and he's like,
With the mouse,
the mouse, how quaint. and the great thing is they've actually invented transparent aluminum since that movie. So
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that came out of Star Wars and Star Trek that are like realistic stuff now.
And since that time, I have been thinking about how he managed the computer, because he is typing really, really fast and doing shit really, really fast. And I'm like, okay, that baby gotta have what, a megabyte of memory at best.
Yeah.
How
I
the
still,
hell?
I still have that computer. I have an old Apple like that.
Yeah.
How is he rolling that amount of responsibility in the part of the CPU and in the memory side to actually type that fast and get any kind of result?
Well, it was Michael Acuda, wasn't it, on the video screens behind it? That was his first movie.
Well, you try to explain it, using Star Trek terms.
Yeah.
Scotty was such a genius, and for them, type in a machine language. You work around and say,
but
I
was
agree
he
with
a
you.
genius on binary or
Yeah,
on basic or C++
maybe that's just-
or
you just explain it away that way. Of course, that's the kind of scene you look at and you kind of say, oh, that wouldn't happen, but you kind of say, like in Marvel Comics, you had the No Prize. You had to come up with a reason why a mistake wasn't a mistake. So you would say, oh, Scotty, knew was an expert in that somehow, and knew how to communicate with the computer. But
Hello, computer. Would you? Hello, computer. that cracked me up in Star Trek. Guys, I will have to say this. We are gonna have to go soon because I got to go do some other stuff too.
And I got to fix some computers. Speaking of computers, but it's been great getting on for the first time on YouTube. It's been fun. So
this is your first time on?
Yeah.
Dude, Mike's never brought you on?
No, I've just actually, I've been only like 3 months following Mike and everyone, because I kept seeing I love the Thing, my favorite character. So I kept seeing he keeps liking the same stuff I like on Twitter. And I kept seeing his name, and then I just somehow on YouTube, but it said, I was like, oh, there's something, they're gonna have a show on the Thing, and I maybe 3 or 4, 3 months ago, I'd watched it, and I was like, oh, these videos are awesome. He's great to watch. So I'm glad to be part of the group, and hopefully,
dude, you are. You're part of the extended family, dude. So
there's been a lot of good conversations in the chat, and appreciate watching all these videos. It's a lot of fun talking Trek and talking everything geek. So
here, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to go, Pablo, do you want to have anything you want to promote, dude?
Yeah, my channel is Geek Tropology, and I'm actually doing videos now. So,
PD or Ash, can you put that in the chat for him?
If anyone knows about a GPU used that can be sold for cheap and shipped to New Jersey so it can be brought to Ecuador, I will be really, really happy because I need it.
I understand.
Do it to your GPU, man.
Okay, Mark, do you have anything you want to promote, dude?
Well, just I'll be on Saturday Night Treks in the chat, and maybe I'll ask Mike if I can go on for Wrath of Khan for a few minutes. That would be fun. But no, it'd be great to be on any of your channels.
Dude, you're welcome. And I made you a moderator too. So
awesome.
Hey, before anything, favorite Star Trek movie?
Wrath of Khan is my favorite.
Well, that's a no-brainer for me, Wrath of Khan, especially seeing that premiere. But I just love that movie. Yeah, but I also have to say I've grown to really like the first movie and appreciate that more. The director's cut.
Yeah,
I think that should get more love. But
I actually have that. So
should have did Blu-ray of that. Really, I think it's Blu-ray.
Hey, PD, do you have anything you want to promote, brother?
Yeah, well, I'll just say this first. Favorite Star Trek movie. Original, it has to be a toss-up between 2 and 6. It really is. But
6 is really good.
Yeah, next gen. I think First Contact. I just don't know. I'm just in love with that film.
So I'm the only one here that actually loves The Final Frontier.
It's a good film.
It
But better than what's out there now.
Film.
Yeah, it's better than what
Chemistry is good,
the stuff
It
we
has
have
the-
out now.
It has the best McCoy scene in the whole series of movies. McCoy in the bed of his father. That is the perfect moment of McCoy.
Yeah, there's some fantastic moments in that movie. Unfortunately, the budget got messed up, and then they gotten rid of ILM, and then they tried to use another graphics house.
Yeah.
And if you've watched Galaxy Quest, you know they have the rock creature in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah,
that was actually supposed to be the ending of Final Frontier.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of like you said, Pablo, a lot of great character moments in that movie. It's just with the special effects and what had happened to it. It was a shame, and unfortunately, they'll probably never do a director's cut. I know William Shatner for a few years was trying to get money, just like they did with the first movie, to get a nice director's cut with really good special effects. You know, kind of like Schneider cut.
We will give you the money. We will give you every single cent to get that. I will give you every single cent. I have to get that.
Yeah, we have a window with Shatner right now. So.
Yeah, he's. By the way, happy birthday, Shatner.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ash?
Happy 90th. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ash, do you have anything you want to promote or you want to say anything, dude?
Star Trek Discovery is the best Star Trek show ever. Man of Steel is the best Superman show ever.
I'm gonna beat him up afterwards. Me and PD gonna beat him up.
You referred Star Trek Into Darkness, the Rock of
Jodie
Khan.
Whittaker is the best Doctor Who ever.
You're gonna have to re-educate.
Only because you say that, now you are infertile.
Michael Burnham is the best captain ever.
Absolutely.
Whatever.
She's a captain now. You realize
The
that,
Star Blazers uniform.
No.
She's not a proper captain.
Tilly is the
She's
best
a
captain
bullshit
ever.
Well, she's great at running races. Don't forget, she's awesome. She can stop a race for 5 minutes and still win.
She's so good. She went straight from ensign all the way to captain. She's just that good.
Have you ever seen Seal Lab?
Have I ever seen what? Sorry.
Yeah, there's the Dolphin Boy.
Sequest.
Yeah, Sequest.
Yeah, I've got the whole lot of the Blu-ray.
Oh no, Seal Lab.
You're talking about the cartoon, the Adult Swim,
He's
right?
the Dolphin Boy. Go watch that series. You will understand. As soon as you see the Dolphin Boy, you will understand.
Yeah, Lucas.
Okay.
Okay. I want to say thank you to everybody that's came here. Pablo, Mark, PD, Brother Meyer, Burnett, Clubbering Time, Raquel. Raquel. Sorry, Raquel.
Always correct you on that.
Father Christopher.
Yeah.
Dude, the link to Clubbering Times.
He just put it in there.
Yeah, it's not working.
Isn't it? Oh, I'll fix that in a second.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'll fix it. But just getting your full one in there as well. I hope that works.
Well, let's see.
No, that's not working either. Why is that not working?
He has a roller deck, so he has this huge thing, though.
Yeah. His works. We'll get that working. We'll get that working eventually after I hit it a few times. It normally works in the end. Yeah.
See, Mark, you got your
got the
mod over here. You got mod over Mike, so you should have mod. You should have mod over here too. So.
Yeah.
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 Right,
Appreciate it. Yep. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you.
So
it's been a good birthday celebration.
Yeah, dude.
Happy birthday to William Shatner.
I know.
Let's go all eat cake, right? Who's got cake?
Big 90. I've actually got cake downstairs in the kitchen.
Good man. Yep.
So
you deleted your channel.
So thank you everybody for everything. I appreciate it. Like you guys coming out. Especially super thanks to Robert Meyer, Burnett, and Mike Clobberin. You know, they're all good. You know, just thank you everybody. So try to end this without Boomer in it.
Great job getting R&B on. It's great to have someone who wants to come on all these streams. So he's a great, great guy.
And we're gonna be doing more stuff in the future. So
absolutely,
So thank you, everybody, and I appreciate it. Just
live
thank
long
you to
and
everybody
prosper.
in the chat. Long and prosper. God bless William Shatner.
Yeah.
You know.
God bless you, Bill.
Yeah.
Can we read my favorite quote?
If you seriously, Bill, if you see this and you see this cast, I don't know if you're gonna see it, but say hi to me on Twitter because I know you're on Twitter. That'd be
Before
awesome.
we go, Jed, do you want me to read my favorite quote? This is quite a good quote.
Oh yeah,
my favorite quote from the whole of Star Trek: The Original Series. Alexander, where I come from, size, shape, or color does not matter.
Well said. Well said.
Dilly dilly.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you're from the UK, you'll understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will thank you, everybody, for everything. I appreciate it.
Good night, everyone. Go watch the original series right now.
Yeah, go watch
Star Trek Discovery right now. It's an amazing TV show.
No. You're glad you didn't mention that in front of
We do not condone what we deny, and Oh, and you know what? I wanted to say this. We love geeks and gamers. Just saying.
We love geeks. We stand with geeks
love
and
you
gamers.
guys, and
especially Uche.
Uche. Much love for Uche, Ryan, Lethal, everybody, Jeremy over there. I just want to say that much love. We stand with geeks and gamers and everything else. So
absolutely.
Okay, so need to put that in. I forgot to put that in earlier. So everybody, bye.
See you, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Take care.
Take care.